morning. Good morning. Can you hear me? Okay, good. My name is Greg Ulmer. I'm a coach with the Grace Financial Ministry, and I'm performing the opening this morning. So first, we're going to go to the order of events. So I'm going to do the housekeeping, and then we're going to open with prayer, talk about the Grace Financial Ministry, and do a disclaimer. But first, I'd like to mention that one of our coaches is not able to be here today, Gail, so we'll be playing this by ear. And what we'll do is, you'll see how we're going to transition, but we're going to alternate covering her sections. So the important thing, though, is that the worksheets that we're going to help you figure out, we'll help you get those done. We will be able to do that in force. So that's your major purpose in being here will be fulfilled. So some other housekeeping things. So everyone knows where the bathrooms are in the lobby when you came in, and also where when we'll be taking breaks, you can relax out there. The breaks are going to be working breaks, so we'll go around from table to table to help you out one-on-one, complete the forms for that section. The sections are successive, so as you complete one section, you'll be ready for the next section, and we'll continue it like that. The goal is that at the end of the day that you'll have a actual spending plan, successful spending plan. So an example of people that successfully, and spending plan is what is a budget is what a lot of people say, but we say spending plan because it's forward-looking as opposed to a budget which is fixed. So, so with that, let's open in prayer. Almighty Heavenly Father, we thank you so much for being who you are. You're great and you're wonderful. There's nobody like you. There's no thing like you. There's no situation or no circumstances that you're not able to handle and rule over, Lord. We ask that you come among us today. Let us feel your presence, Lord. We ask that you give us wisdom and understanding as we go through this material to help us be who you want us to be, to help us be good and righteous servants of you, Lord, for us to use the resources you have given us so gracefully for building your kingdom. And Lord, we know that we're not perfect. We ask you to forgive us, Lord, and help us forgive those who those who hurt us or harm us in ways that we know and ways that we don't know, Lord. We ask that as we move forward, we're taking not what we say, Lord, but your words go through the coaches and the people who are receiving it, that they receive what you want them to receive, Lord, so we can all move forward together. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. Okay, so first we're going to talk about the financial ministry. Excuse me, the order of events. The order of events. So on here we see Gail Harris's name. She's not able to be here today. She's not feeling well, so let's pray for her health and her quick healing. But where she is, it'll be either I or Roger covering that section up here. And my wife is so gracious to agree to help us be a coach in the individual tables. So you'll see myself or Roger, you hold up your hand, or Tia would be there to help you complete the forms and get to where we need to be to move on to the next section. Okay? We have 6 sessions today. Mindset, good financial habits. We have emergency fund. We have an emergency savings, debt analysis and elimination, credit repair, estimating spending plan, developing your spending plan, and in closing, we talk about the next steps and how we can follow up from this. Okay? So the thing to remember is each session will have wins. So we want you to have wins in each session. So today you're going to have win after win after win after win as far as your finances are concerned. And, and afterwards we're going to talk about, in closing, some of the accountability things we have set up so you can choose to participate in. So let's go to next, the financial ministry, Chris. So we have a lot of material to cover today, and we're going to whisk through these slides. So if you have it online, that's good to see, but we're going to skip, we're going to summarize most of these slides as we go through because we have a lot of material and we have a very limited time. So just information about financial ministry. We're made up of individuals, coaches who are financially experienced and astute. We have a passion for learning and for teaching financial principles. We have a burning desire to guide people towards financial success and financial freedom. We bring an awareness to everyone of over 2,300 biblical verses, and we align our teachings according to Crown Financial Ministry, which is an established, over 50 years of providing financial information to people, and lots of other people are based on them also. So they're a pretty good source, especially in the biblical reasons, biblical financial success. They've really introduced the world to that. So, and that's what we're following also. So we provide financial coaching to individuals, groups, inside and outside of the body, and we offer our financial services for free because this is a way of service. If you're interested in being a member, see one of us afterwards, and we can help you become a financial coach also. So the disclaimer. So I have to read this legally and to read every part of it. So there's no excuse. So just bear with me. So the information shared in this conference, webinar, workshop, seminar, it's just that, information. It's not advice. We are financial coaches. Our content is for informational and educational purposes only. Our passion is finances. We study, discuss, and report on money and finances. We share our personal financial and investment philosophies based on our research and what has worked well for us and those in our sphere of influence. There is always some risk in any form of money management and investing, and we cannot guarantee you will be successful in balancing, savings, earning, or making money, nor can we guarantee that you will not incur any losses. We encourage you to do your own research and perhaps seek the advice of a licensed fiduciary financial advisor if necessary. And that's a person that gets paid not based upon selling you. They get paid a flat salary. So they have your best interest in mind. Remember, everyone's financial situation is unique, and you need to make smart decisions applicable for your entire situation. Do your own independent research. That's in bold for a reason. You must do your applicable for your entire situation. A lot of times people don't tell us or other financial people their entire stories. We can only give you advice based on what you tell us. When you give us the full information, we can give you just information for that situation. Okay? Okay, so next we have the mindset, good financial habits. Roger's going to present that to make sure we're in the right frame of mind to receive the information we're going to have today. Thanks.
Thanks, Greg, and morning, everyone. My name is Roger Thomas. What we're going to do to get going is, Greg, if you can go to the next, Chris, if you can go to the next slide. It's just we're going to get started here. All right, so when we talk about mindset, we are really, let's look at this a little bit. We talk about a broke mindset, no plan, no budget, not interested in making improvements from crisis to crisis. So that's nobody here. Let me just start. That's no one here. Because, and the important thing is that you are interested in making adjustments. You're interested in making improvements. So no one here, no one watching online has that mindset. That's important for you to understand. It's very important for you to understand. There's a just-in-time mindset, which is you may not have a plan, there's no budget, you maybe have some savings, bills are paid on time, and maybe some debt. There's a money management mindset. You have a plan, a budget, structured way of monitoring and using money. The investor mindset, you have a plan, a budget. Maybe you do some investing. You have maybe a business on the side, some entrepreneurial pursuits. And the biblical mindset, and that is where we want to get you to today. You have a plan, you have a budget, but you're disciplined, and it's based on a biblical foundation. My question to you in this section is, where do you see yourself? Now, again, cross out the top one, right? Where do you see yourself? All right, just think about that, right? Just kind of, it's rhetorical. Where do you see yourself? I believe that most people fit within the just-in-time mindset. It is, most people have no plan, most people have no budget. They have some savings, there's debt. And what do? You pay the bills on time. As they come in, you pay the bills on time. If there's an emergency, you scramble and you figure it out. And you just go from one scenario to the next scenario. That's kind of where most of us fit. But our goal with the financial ministry is to get you that biblical mindset. Next slide, please, Greg. Or Phil, Chris. All right. These are the things that we're going to cover today. Now, I want you to understand, as we go through this mindset section, it's focused on finances. This is the mindset focus. We can talk about mindset all day, but this is specifically on finances so that you and I can get to that biblical mindset. Now, bear in mind, Greg had said something in the opening, which is very important. It mentioned that we actually share information, and we literally do within the financial coaches. We talk amongst ourselves about things that we're doing, how we're succeeding, how we're not doing so well, where we're failing, because it's important for us to be transparent with each other, so that we can be credible in what we're doing. And so we learn from each other. And so when we talk about mindset, it is a complete shift from how the world does things. All right? So next slide, please. Okay. And when we talk about how the world does things, keep this in mind. There's no one here, myself included, who thinks as independently as you think as you think. So, in other words, we are driven by culture, we're driven by our education, we're driven by our communities, we're driven by peer groups, we are driven by interests, and a lot of that is not independent thinking. We are products of our environment. We're products of our environment. And so money management really can reflect the spiritual condition of where we are within our conditioning. Does that make sense? All right? If it doesn't, there'll be a question and answer section, but the important thing is the roots of it, however, the roots of all of that goes back to the fall. Goes back to the fall, wherein the serpent said, "You will not certainly die. You will, for God knows that when you eat from it, your eyes will be open. You will be like God, knowing good and evil." That is the root. It started there in the garden, and then it progressed from there. Next slide, please. And so at the fall, what happened was Adam and Eve doubted God. So if you think of it, God set things up in such a way that we were supposed to partner with him. We were supposed to go forth and multiply and populate this earth, and we were supposed to be, by revelation from God, work to develop this earth and beyond. However, we never got to that. God, essentially after the fall, God pushed Adam and Eve out of the garden, and from there, man was left to decide things on his own. Now, this is a very important point. We are not partnering with God as far as having that relationship with him and taking the next step on how we are supposed to run our lives, how we're supposed to run our finances. We were left essentially to figure out stuff by ourselves. Next slide, please. And so, what does that mean? That means that everything becomes process-driven. Now, here's the thing. Everyone sitting here, you are brilliant. And I say that you are created in the image of God. We all make mistakes. Each and every one of us makes mistakes, but you are absolutely brilliant. And over time, what people did after the fall was created processes, created systems, and within those processes and within those systems, models about how life ought to be lived, how we think, were formed into these models. So again, we talked earlier about culture, we talked earlier about education, we talked about peers and communities and whatnot. And you package that together, and then we come along with, as we develop these systems, these form models into how we live our daily life. Does that make sense? Are you following along? Okay. But the thing is, with these models, as we develop them, they leave God out. Now, these models vary from country to country, from culture to culture, and so on and so forth. Next slide, please. The important thing is that they are process driven. All right. Now, let's take a look at it. You say, well, how is that so? Let's take a look at it. We all believe that we're born and we must go to school, all right? And along with that, keeping it from a financial perspective, we go to school, go to high school, you go to kindergarten, high school, middle school, college. College, we start accumulating debt. We get a job, get a car, because we got to get to work, right? What do? We collect debt. We have a house, or we have housing, we have an apartment, and we must furnish that house, and what do? We collect debt. We raise our kids, so on and so forth, and that comes with a price tag as well. Now let's think about that for a second. You will say, well, wait a second, that's natural, that's normal, that's how life is lived. We got to do all those things. We got to be all those things to be successful, right? Maybe. We will talk about that some more. Well, but before we do that, let's dig in a little bit into those numbers. Next slide, please, Chris. All right, so let's break it down. The average college cost for a private institution, average, it's about 130. It's 38,185. Over 4 years, it's 152,740. The average cost of a new car, depending on the car, is around 46,000. If you get a high-end truck, forget it. 60, 70,000. Am I right? You guys looked at car prices lately? You guys looked at used car prices lately? Have you seen what they are? The average home in Raleigh is now 405,000. I saw a news report. It was just 2 or 3 days ago, and they were actually saying it's more like 430,000, and it goes up. So, a good exercise for you to do is if you own a home, is just go in and check it this week, and then check it next week and the week after. It's crazy. With all the things that are happening with inflation, with the amount of people who are coming here, it's just off the charts. All right. And of course, your average cost to raise a child up to age 18 for middle income is around 238,000. And you're going to say to me, well, I've never had that kind of money, so that can't be right. So, but the thing is, it's not necessarily you spending all of that money. What it is quite often there's other sources that our money comes from. All right, and that's just one child. If you got 2 kids or 3 kids or whatever, it just accumulates. All right. So next slide, please. So we did a deeper dive. Now let's get back to what's wrong with going to college? What's wrong with buying a car? And on the surface, you say to myself, these are things that I must do to be successful in the American, to build out the American dream. So I want you to first understand that and recognize that it is a model. It is a model. You go to different parts of the world and you look at how people do things, it's not this. It really isn't, all right? And I want you to think about that for a second. It's not that. Everyone doesn't necessarily think that they need to own a home. Everyone doesn't necessarily think that they must go to a four-year institution or have a graduate degree. And we put a lot of pressure on ourselves. We put a lot of pressure on our kids, and everyone must go to college, right? And everyone isn't fit for college.
They're not, but we're telling people, everyone must do STEM, and everyone doesn't know STEM, right? Some people have artistic backgrounds, and we're telling you must do science and technology, engineering and math. That's not right. That's not true. That's not how we're built. We're all built separately. You're all gifted differently. God has blessed us uniquely to fulfill what he's called us to do on this earth. Next, please. So, what's missing? At the beginning, we said there was a fall, and we're edging God out of that. And so, what's really missing is, you think about it. Our culture does not promote financial literacy. We live in a capitalist country. It's based on finances, and we are not taught financial literacy. I'm saying this so that you know that it's not all your fault. It really isn't. We are all put into these models, and we are all expected to be successful based on these models. And so we learn by experience. We learn by experience until we get older and older and older, and sometimes it gets too late, or we feel that it's too late, and we get embarrassed about our finances, and we can't open it, we can't talk about these things, and we're trapped. Let me say again, on the financial committee, we talk openly amongst each other. So we'll say, hey, listen, if you know some of the things that we've been through, you'll be like, no, that's not right. I'm telling you, yeah, we've all been through stuff. So don't be embarrassed about these things. But what happens is these things are passed to the next generation because we are not taught financial literacy, and it becomes cyclical. I don't know that it's necessarily done on purpose. I just think that our culture, the way it is, has become very efficient, and that piece of the edge of the model of the puzzle does not necessarily fit into the model or within a capitalist culture. I don't know. I mean, to me, it's so obvious that that's what we should be doing, but we don't. All right? So it has to be some kind of a model. So again, that's missing. But the other piece, and the most important piece, is that we are edging God out. And so this is Grace Bible Fellowship. This is a Bible-believing church. We believe in God. We believe that God, Psalm 50:10, for every animal of the forest is mine, and the cattle on 1,000 hills. Do you believe that? Do you really believe that? Okay. Now, we worship a God who has abundance. He owns everything. Everything. So you and I, we're worried about our debts. We're worried about our finances. We're worried about how we do this, how we do that. And we should, because finances takes up so much of what we are and who we are. It's our clothing, and it's how we pay for everything. It's foundational to everything that we do. But the thing is, we have a God who is an abundant, but for us, most of us, we have a scarcity mindset. Can you imagine Elon Musk? I think he's the richest man in the world right now, and that his children are somehow living under a bridge or something like that? Richest man in the world. We have a God of infinite abundance, and we have a scarcity mindset. That's a problem. So I want you to believe and understand that God says what he says, and we believe what he says. Our Lord, Matthew 6:26 says, look at the birds of the air, that they do not sow, nor reap, nor gather into barns, and yet your heavenly Father feeds them. Are you not worth more than they? It's rhetorical, right? So they don't have processes. They don't sow, they don't reap, they don't gather into barns. They don't have processes, they don't have systems, they don't have models. And God takes care of them, right? We have models. And the problem that we have is because we've edged God out Next slide, please. Because we've edged God out so much, is when those models break, we panic. Look at what happened in 2020 and when we all ran out of toilet paper, right? My daughter was in an aisle, and we had as she was shopping, this little girl came up and stole toilet paper from her cart, right? Her mother had sent her to steal toilet paper. I'm like, really? Really? Is this what we've gotten to, that we are treating each other like this? But the point I'm making here is when systems break down, we panic. And I believe that part of this pandemic thing is God has given us a picture. He's given us a snapshot of ourselves so that we can see how desperate we've become as we've pushed God out of our lives. All right? So, I love this verse, Jeremiah 10:23. I don't know if anyone's familiar with this verse, but it's so cool. Jeremiah 10:23, and this is Jeremiah. He's writing, Lord, I know that people's lives are not their own. It is not for them to direct their steps. What? Lord, I know that people's lives are not their own. It is not for them to direct their steps. Your life is none of your business. It is none of your business. Well, God is accountable. We are responsible for our lives, right? But God is ultimately accountable when we believe in him. But he also says in Psalm 32:8, I will instruct you and teach you in the way you should go. I will counsel you with my eye upon you. Next slide, please. Walking with God. What does that look like? What does that begin to look like? In this age, the current age that we're in, I was telling my daughter recently, the solutions as they come from God typically does not send a fire truck to put out fires. You have a couple of guys and they're going to put a house fire out. Normally, what it is in this age is that it's more like a bucket brigade. We rely on people, we work with others, and we do things together, and God works it out because we're family. We're supposed to be family. And he says, be strong and very courageous. Be careful to obey all the laws my servant Moses gave you. Do not turn from it to the right or to the left, that you may be successful wherever you go. When God is involved in everything, and you follow what he says, you will be successful. It's a promise. You will be successful. For the Spirit of God gave us does not make us timid, but gives us power, love, and a sound mind. All right? That's God. That's our God. That's our Father. And he promises these things. But it's for us to believe them. It's for us to believe them. All right? So next slide, please. Okay, so what do we do? Proverbs 15:22. You must have a plan. So let's look at this. The whole mindset thing again, all right? Very beginning, we have God. We must have God first. God is at the top. Next, we must have a plan. And with that plan, we're going to walk through these things today. So today, as we walk through these things, just keep in mind that we're talking the whole mindset thing. But really, the workshop, the mindset is foundational, but the workshop will give you tools so that you can implement the plan, and you'll have advisors around us. You have the Great Financial Ministry that we will be there to help you. That is the counselors, and of course there are other resources that you can use as well. Proverbs 15:24, the path of life leads upward for the prudent to keep them from going down to the realm of the dead. Next slide, please. As we wind up here, you will become successful. You got to believe that. You have to believe that. It's important that you believe that. It's important that you know that. Once you have a plan, we'll help you develop a plan. We have sheets there that we'll distribute. As you become successful, remember to keep in mind to leave a legacy. It's important that you just not take care of yourself, but you take care of others behind you. Take care of loved ones, and that remember that we are part of a community, that we share information, that we love on each other, really. Next, please. All right. Realize as well as it will be, and it can be painful. It can be very painful. So we will talk more about this in the debt analysis section, and when we talk about the pains as part of this corrections. All right? And that is this. Questions? Any questions?
It's interesting that I'm here because last week, if I could explain, God says that people have an anxiety. And we say children in this day, they feel entitled. And we, as a people, have that same kind of feeling about entitlement. Yeah, that kind of mindset. And that was pretty bad. I said, I take it for granted that I have a roof over my head, a nice home, clothes, shoes, people in money, what they're going through, people in Africa, what I've seen, done so through. And here I am, a child of God, worried about will I be able to do good, or will I be able to keep my really some of my heart? Will keep my vacation, away. Now, that I want to keep. And the thing about it is that I feel that when we start going through things like this, it's not that we don't believe God. It's that I think we have a interest that God is in, that when things go astray, we take on the personality that we have to do. God said, but, and that's the word, but, it's parentheses, but, I gotta pay my mortgage, but, I gotta have a car, those kind of things. And it's unfortunate, but when I look out my window, I see several little animals, like the scripture that you said, where it says, I saw a little squirrel the other day sitting in the hollow of the tree. And he was sitting there, he looked like a little fuzzy. And he was eating nuts, just as happy as he could be. And I was thinking, I'm with about
You're thinking you're struggling. So I know those of you online couldn't hear very well, but essentially, the thing is that we have these particular mindsets, and we have these particular ways of feeling entitled about what we have and what we should have, and we should have vacations, and we must have this, and we have that, and it's and that really what it comes back to is a model. We fit into a models where we must have a vacation, we must have this, we must have that. But if you look out and you see a squirrel that's sitting in your yard, and he doesn't plan, he doesn't have any processes, doesn't have any systems, but God takes care of him. And you're so right. It is that we are children of God, and we must understand that first and foremost, that he's in charge, he's at the top. We're driven out of Eden, but Genesis 3:15, God is providing a way for Jesus Christ to come back and change that in the next stage. And I would say this, one other thing, and that is when we think of God and how he does things, God is a multiplier. And I want you to think of a tree. A tree starts with one seed. And when that tree grows, it will have many seeds. And from one tree, you can plant multiple trees. And that's how God wants us to think of it. God wants us to think of his creation, because God is an abundant God. All right? And keep that in mind. So keep that up here. God first, plan second, and we work through with you. Any other questions? Thoughts? Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so so thanks, Roger. That was very good for the mindset. The question or the win from the mindset section is, I know what God wants for me. Does everyone know what God wants for them? Does everybody know how valuable that is to know what God wants from you? And even more importantly, to know that God is with you. God is behind you. You can have the things that you wish. You can have the things that you want. There's a verse that or several verses that talk about how God, through his power, through the Holy Spirit in you, can give you what you desire and what you think, and even beyond that. So having the right kind of mindset is key. And the next section we're going to cover is maintain that mindset throughout the day, especially as we get further and further into this day. And you might start thinking things about yourself, about your numbers, how they look, how your situations you can't get out of. Have that mindset. Know that God is with you, and he wants you to succeed. So the next section is emergency. I am not Gail Harris. Hopefully she's watching online. Hopefully she feels she's feeling good. And so I'm going to talk about emergency. So this is an emergency. Next slide. We need emergency savings. Before you can go on and do anything throughout your plans, you have to have coverage. Now, in health, we have health coverage, but in finances, we don't have coverage. You have to make your own. So we need emergency savings. Matthew 7:25 says, "The rain came down, the streams rose, and the winds blew and beat against the house, yet it did not fall, because it had its foundation on the rock." What is our foundation? And God is the rock. So we build our foundation on the rock. We build our biblical foundation, or our financial foundations on the rock. Then we'll be in good shape. If your financial foundations are built on the rock using biblical financial principles, you are on a good foundation. No matter what happens, you're on a solid foundation. And that's why one of the reasons we formed the Grace Financial Ministry, to make sure everyone has a good, solid foundation. So emergency savings are key to that. The next slide. So without savings, financial obligation, even a minor one, can set you back and turns you to debt. And it can potentially have a long-lasting lifetime impact past your lifetime to your children and children's children. And we know we're not supposed to pass those kind of things to our children's children. So financial setback can lead you to rely on credit cards, loans, and other kind of debts that are generally harder and harder to pay off. And they can also pull from your savings that you may have started already, or even retirement funds. Next. So emergency fund and emergency savings. This is something that we've had lots of discussions about in the financial ministry. So emergency fund and emergency savings are also known as contingency funds. That's important. They're for certain situations. Both are liquid, easily accessible, low-risk accounts. They're not investments, okay? They are assets or money. They're set aside as a financial safety net for the future, financial hardships and other things that come about. Now, just because they're set about for financial hardships, you have to really define what those things are. So there are several strategies to build them, though. You can manage your cash flow better and put your excess in the emergency savings. You can create a savings habit. Put a small dollar amount away each month or as you get increases to be able to put to your emergency savings. If you get a tax refund, you can use that. If you get bonuses, you put that into your emergency savings. You get automatic, you can do automatic recurring transfers. So you can transfer from one account to another to build your emergency savings. You need to set a goal, and that's the point of this section. Set a goal amount of what you need in your emergency fund and set the goal about how much you need in your emergency savings. So you need to how do you set it up? You need two separate accounts. You need an emergency fund account and you need an emergency savings account. So emergency fund account is first, emergency savings account comes second. If you use one of these accounts, you must replenish it. That is key. It's a key foundational principle to make sure that the plans you make today succeed. Because if things happen that interrupt your whole plan, you have to start over from zero. No, you want to hit that bump and be able to move forward. And neither account should be used for things such as living expenses or expenditures that are necessary for basic daily living. So it's important to know these things. Food, housing, health care, transportation, all the things that we're going to list on the spending plan, those kind of things it's not for, okay? So where do you keep it? Well, you want to keep the emergency fund, emergency savings in something that's easily accessible and that you're not tempted to use it just because you have access to it. So you can make it a little harder to get to. So bank, credit union accounts, prepaid card that you load money onto that's not connected to your bank, so you don't get tempted to spend it. Online banking accounts often pay a higher rate because they're not brick and mortar, so you can do it there. Next slide. For number 4, you can have cash, keep it on hand for emergencies, either in your home or with a trusted friend or family member, a very trusted friend or family member. Keep in mind that cash can be lost or stolen or even destroyed. So don't keep cash or a prepaid card in your wallet. Make sure you have a location for it. And also high value emergency savings, you may want to diversify those outside of having them on yourself or having them in a low interest checking account. Now I think some places pay 0.01% interest. So you're losing money because of inflation. But there are some things, some CDs, money market accounts, municipal bonds, stable funds, that you can have a little higher return from your money, because once you start the building, once we tell you what the emergency savings and emergency funds should be, sometimes it could be a high dollar amount. You want to get a little bit from that to try to keep pace with inflation. So next slide. So I'm talking about emergency funds and emergency savings. What's the difference? What's the difference? And generally, emergency funds are for large or small unplanned bills or payments that are not a part of your routine monthly expenses. Emergency savings are for major life events, major loss of income over a period of time type events. So you can see those are two separate things. One's a bump in the road, a big bump, and you can keep going. The emergency savings, however, is when something major happens, and you're going to have to just stop, basically, and maintain your life. You're going to have to redo your spending plan because your life has changed majorly, because you're your income is not coming in, okay? And you're living off of your savings. So next step. So when should I use the emergency fund? Well, major car repairs, not car maintenance. Minor home repairs, not home maintenance. Unexpected medical or dental expenses, not just routine visits. When you replace necessary technology, not entertainment items. So emergency funds are not for expected expenses or non-essential spending or large financial goals. So not for expected expenses. So how many have a car in here? So you think your tire might blow out? Think you should have money set aside for that in your budget? Yeah. So expected expenses, things that are going to happen. You have a water heater, you have a house, you have a water heater. It's going to last 10 to 15 years. You need to have the money saved for that. So you need a bucket in your in your spending plan. We call it an other bucket. You need an other bucket as far as housing or medical expenses and some other things, because you know things are going to happen. And it's not going to upset your plans. The emergency savings, you may be tempted to use that for large financial goals, but you need to save for large financial goals, because a period, as we've seen, of uninterrupted income may happen, more and more likely to happen, and you want to be able to live during those periods. So emergency fund, how much do I need? Emergency fund is funded with 1 month of gross pay. 1 month of gross pay. That should be enough to handle any emergencies that happen within your life, within your lifestyle. So you must start with $1,000 in your emergency fund before you begin. Before you begin a financial plan, a financial spending plan, you need $1,000 of debt in your debt elimination and spending plan. Then you can begin. Prayerfully determine how much you need and write it down and fund it. Okay? Dave Ramsey recommends $1,000 to start an emergency fund. Emergency savings. When should I use it? Oh, I'll skip it. I'll skip it. Yeah. So I want emergency savings. Yeah. When should I use it? Layoff, loss of income, major major medical emergencies, major car repair, vehicle loss, major home repair. Next slide. Emergency savings, how much do I need? And usually funded with 3 to 6 months of living expenses. Some experts say 12 months. Susie Orman recently said 2 to 3 years so of your income. Again, prayerfully determine how much you need, write it down, and fund it. So, and lean towards if you have lean towards higher amounts if you pay seasonal or inconsistent. So if you get paid seasonal or inconsistent pay, for instance, you're a golf professional, you only work certain parts of the year, or painting or something like that, go for the 6 to 12 months rather than the 3 to 6 months as your emergency savings. So think about that. You may not often think about how much do I need in my emergency savings? How much do I need in my emergency fund? When your emergency fund is funded, and we're about the questions now. When your emergency fund is funded, then go to your emergency savings and start building that up. Okay? Okay. So now we're at the questions and answer portion. There any questions? Everybody knows what the emergency fund is and emergency savings, how they're different, when you use which. Okay.
No, that's not good. I don't know. What do you do when you are the salary is, below income? Very hard. And you can't use it so much. And with what's happening now, what do you do?
Okay, so what Brenda was saying, I can't say Brenda, what the question was, what do you do living in a capitalistic society? You have a low or limited income, and what do you do in these situations? How do you build an emergency fund, emergency savings? How are you supposed to live? It takes sacrifice. It really does. It takes prayerful sacrifice. It takes depending upon people or organizations you may not want to depend on. Not that they're bad, but we like to handle things everything by ourselves. Sometimes God puts people in place for us to use until we get on solid ground. But you need to look at your habits, your spending habits, and make the adjustments that you need to do. You need to make sacrifices. So, and we are some people so you can come to we have access to several different resources that you can use for that. So, any other questions? Okay, so everybody knows, we're gonna actually calculate your monthly income or your monthly expenses later. So, when we do that, you automatically know what your emergency fund needs to be. It's just 1 times that. And you need to set in your mind, prayerfully consider, do I need 3 months of emergency savings or 6 months of emergency savings? If you have you have a profession that you could have interruption in salary, you're gonna need a higher amount. If you're a solid, teacher or something, then, 6 months will probably get you by. Okay. So the next section is a debt analysis, and Roger will handle that.
Okay. Debt analysis. Debt. We're all in debt. Next slide, please. Okay, so in the debt analysis section, we are going to talk about realize that debt is real. We're all in debt to some extent. If you own a home, that's debt. And we're going to actually, this section, we're going to begin to transition towards the actual workshop where you're going to put pen to paper, okay? So towards the end of this section, all right? Next slide, please. I want you to realize, first of all, we talked earlier, we in the opening, in the mindset section, the foundational section, we talked about the kind of a society we live in. We live in a capitalist society, and that really, it's not all your fault. It's not all your fault, but you must own the solution. No one else is going to own the solution for you. Okay, you must own it. We know that this is not a theocracy like ancient Israel, wherein they had, the 7-year cycle wherein they would get out of debt and then the 50-year jubilee. That was built into the structure of their society. And Deuteronomy 15:2 reminds us of that. That's not where we are, all right? We live in a secular society. Next slide, please. But the capitalist system makes debt look attractive. And the marketing is overwhelming. There's fear of missing out. We're success driven. We buy homes, cars, and we buy stuff to put in our homes and stuff to put into our cars. And if you think of it, when we go and we get educated, the idea behind getting education and higher education is so that we have cash flow. And when we invest into businesses, again, the idea is that we have cash flow. And when we invest into the market, so the idea is that we have cash flow. Sometimes those things don't work out. And when they don't, we accumulate debt. And so again, that's just the way things are. And that is a realization that I want you to come away with, that it's not all your fault. It is how things work, and that's the way things are. Next slide, please. So what we're going to do is we're going to start by listing all of the debt. What motivation does it give you to list all of your debt? You can see it. You can see it, and then once you see that, and it's written down, and you can't hide it, you can't ignore it. It's in front of you. Once you list it, and from there, then you can begin to attack it. And we're going to talk about what debts you should list. And I just have a quick question by a show of hands of people in the room. Is owning a house a good debt or a bad debt? If you own a home, is it good debt or bad debt? Is it good debt? Raise your hands. Good debt. Owning a home is good debt. Bad debt? Okay. All right. We can talk about that as well. All right. And we'll understand. Well, you got to live somewhere, right? You have to live somewhere. This is the sheet that we will be filling out, and we have sheets over here that we will be passing out, and we're going to go through each of. Next slide, please. So, your average American debt is $90,460. That includes consumer debt, personal loans, mortgages, and student loans. All right. Gen Z, 18 to 23-year-olds, have $9,500 and greater in debt. Millennials, age 24 to 39, $78,396. Gen X, they're 40 to 55, $135,841 in debt. Baby boomers, age 56 to 74, 96,800 and 984. The silent generation, those who are 75 and older, almost 41,000. So the point here of this slide is to show you that we're all in debt. And we have come to believe that, owning a home is acceptable debt, and that may be true. That's really a personal decision, right? Next slide, please. The important thing is Romans 13:8, the biblical standard tells us, owe no one anything but the debt of love. When you're not in debt, just think about how much stress comes off your life. Not only when you don't have debt, but you have cash flow, and it's automatic, and things are flowing. It's a blessing, isn't it? It is. Just think about that. Next slide, please. So, let's do a debt analysis and talk about our attitude towards debt. Realize this: it took time to build up the debt, often over many years. It will take time to eliminate the debt. There's no magic pill. What we're talking about here is developing a strategy so that we can get out of debt, right? A strategy to get out of debt. Next slide, please. Now, Greg mentioned earlier to the question, Greg answers with, a lot of it comes with sacrifices. So we must make the hard choice when it comes to paying off debt. Use your bonus. Maybe this is tax season that we're in. Maybe you're using your IRS return to eliminate debt rather than making that next purchase. I mean, you have money, you look at it, and it's like, wow, this is incredible. I have money. I can go do this. I can go on vacation. All right? No. You must begin to think differently as a child of God. All right? You must begin to think differently. You must have different priorities. All right? Next slide, please. Pray about it. Pray about it. And as important, if you have a spouse, or if, even if you're single, don't blame yourself. We talked at the very first slide. A lot of this is not your fault, but you must own the solution. However, if you're married, don't go pointing fingers. Oh, you did this and you did that. You bought this and you bought that. The number one cause of divorce in this country is money problems, all right? So we don't start there. We start with prayer, okay? We must go to God about it. You must become partners in the solution with your spouse. And if you're single, don't beat yourself up. Don't beat yourself up, because that's just adding stress upon stress upon stress. Go to the Lord in prayer about this. That's where you start, by the way. You start with prayer. And you build a team of people around you, counselors, who can help you step by step through the process. And yes, we talked about processes earlier. What we have here with these worksheets, these are processes and they're efficient. We use them because they work, right? We use them because they work. It's part of the process. It's part of the model we talked about earlier, right? It works, all right? Next slide, please. Resist the shiny object syndrome or keeping up with the Joneses, all right? Don't do it. Just different mindset. Next slide, please. Here's one key thing to really, from this point onward. If you cannot afford it, you shouldn't own it. If you cannot afford it, you shouldn't own it. Make wise choices about your future purchases. Make wise choices about your future purchases. And we're going to get into that a little more. All right? Now, debt analysis. Here's a question you must ask yourself. Will owning new debt, will owning that new stuff, that new whatever, will that somehow help you to expedite or more efficiently pay off your debt? Going on vacation. You say, well, I need to go on vacation because it'll help me to relieve some stress. Well, perhaps you are adding stress by going on that vacation. All right?
think about that, all right? And that's very important, all right? All right, we will go to the next slide. Consider as you go through these things and as you get the counseling from whomever, that you may need to take a class as well. A sacrifice may also be that you carpool. I mean, you know, you don't necessarily, you know, I love driving my own car. I love getting into the, I love just driving by myself. I don't want to be bothered with someone else, but perhaps maybe you do. You may need to do that. Perhaps get counseling, okay? So let us, are there any questions? Okay, we are now going to get to, we're going to, does everyone have a, the worksheet on the debt analysis? Okay. I don't have one. All right, well, here we go. Let's kind of break it down. When we list our debts, there are a couple different strategies, and when you list your debts. Thank you so much. When we list our debts, you can list them when you look at your creditors and you describe what was purchased. The reason you describe what was purchased, I would also say why. It will help you to trigger in your mind the importance of that purchase. Was it really necessary? All right, and it helps you to begin to cement yourself and begin to bring you back to where you need to be. What is the monthly payment? The balance due, the scheduled payoff date, the interest rate, and the payments that are past due, if any. Now, there are different ways. You're probably familiar with the debt snowball system or the debt avalanche. The debt snowball system, you go from the lowest bill, and you can list them from the lowest bill to the highest bill here, all right? And the advantage of the debt snowball is it is motivational, because you can see you eliminate a bill, and then you take the amount that you would have paid for that particular bill once paid off, and you roll it into the payment of the next bill, all right? And you pay that off, and then you continue sequentially to eliminate one bill at a time. And the idea is that it's motivational, and you can see debt being paid off. The next strategy is a debt avalanche. So that debt avalanche is you list the highest interest rate. Now, the advantage of the debt avalanche is because is based on the highest interest rate, is that you pay everything off more quickly. It doesn't necessarily, it's not as motivational, because you may have a higher bill, a higher debt, that as opposed to maybe something that's a bit lower down the list that might be a much lower debt. So it'll take longer to pay off that higher amount, but you will spend less money, because as you attack the higher interest rate, you begin to pay off you save more money is the point, all right? Next will be your auto loans, and you list those, and it's the same thing. Monthly payments, balance due, scheduled payoff rate, interest rate, payments due. Auto loans. I don't remember, I'm getting old. I mean, I remember when I bought my first car, it was like maybe a 3-year note or something like that. These days, people are having 5, 6, 7-year notes. I mean, am I right? How many years is it these days that people are paying off notes? Is it 7 years? I don't know. It's crazy, but anyways, it's listed here. Home mortgages. And again, list that off. And yes, you can have a strategy to pay off your mortgage, because once you pay off your debt, you can then take the money that you otherwise use to pay off your debt, and you can roll that into attacking the principal, not the monthly payment, because you don't want to be paying the interest, right? you attack the principal on that home, all right? And of course, business and investment debt. If you've invested in a business that perhaps it didn't go as well, and there's some debt owed, it's the same thing. You list that as well, all right? Total everything up and hang on to your worksheet, because we will use the results from this sheet to plug in to subsequent sheets that we will be using. All right. So let me just make sure I haven't missed anything here. Okay. And so that's essentially it for the debt list. Greg, do we want to take the time to have people fill that out now? Okay, so why don't you go ahead and take 10 minutes, 10 minutes or so to fill that out, and if you need help, let us know. This is yours.
Okay, so what we're doing is, because the resources we have available, I'm going to talk our way through completing the forms that we have in the packet that you have. So for those online, it is packet number 3 on the folder list, and those documents that you have in there are what Roger went over, the debt list. So I'm sure everyone's familiar now how to fill that out, the debt list. The other one's the snowball strategy. Even though you may use the debt cyclone or the avalanche, you can use this form to complete that. And next is the debt repayment schedule. The debt repayment schedule is that one single debt that you're working on at the current time. So as we do the snowball strategy or the whatever strategy you're going to use to pay off your debt, this sheet is the one that you're focusing on right now to pay off your debt. So if you would, you could do this at home also. Fill out, if you haven't done so already, the debt list. As he said, complete the debt list, list all of your creditors and your monthly payments. I suggest doing your credit cards first and then the other debts. Make sure you get the totals, the monthly totals and the balance due, okay, on those forms. And then the same thing with your auto loans, home mortgages, and the businesses. This is Roger said. Make sure that this sheet is very important, because it's going to be a major part of your spending plan. Okay? Major part of your spending plan. So online, complete this form. Those in attendance, you'll have Roger and Tia coming around. I'll also come around in the balance of the 10 minutes to make sure that you can fill this out. Okay? The next thing is the snowball strategy. As I said, you need to pick your strategy. If you use the debt snowball, or if you use one of the other strategies, list the debts. I recommend the cyclone because it's more motivational. You put your lowest debt here, no matter what it is, get it, list it here, and list all of these according to the debt size. So the lowest debt you list first, the lowest payoff, the next payoff, and so on and so on. List them that way, and then especially put the information in here: who it's owed to, the payments left, monthly payment, the due date. That's very important. When you have those listed in that way, when you pay off the first one, that's a win. Roll that money into the second one, that's a win. Roll that into the third one, that's another win. Because you're getting so many wins, you build up a cyclone, you build up a motivation, you build up everything that you need to keep going to eliminate all those debts. So you do that with the second sheet that you have, the snowball strategy. The net, as I say, is the debt repayment schedule. So that first item that you list on the snowball strategy sheet, that first debt, you put it over here. Who the creditor is, the date, what you actually purchased for that debt, so you have a remembrance of it. What was purchased, the amount owed, and the interest rate. Then every time you make a payment on that debt, you list it here. The date you made the payment, the amount you paid, the payments you have remaining, and the balance due. You make the payment, another payment on it the next month, you write it again underneath that. The date you paid it, the amount, you paid, the payments remaining, and the balance due. I know you can do this online. You can have so many different resources online. You can, where you can just type it in and it'll fill it in for you, or to do it automatically from your bank account. But there's nothing like writing. God gave us this tool, our hands, our brains. If you exercise them, that's even better, because it reinforces it and it helps motivate you to continue doing it. So I would recommend writing it down. So write down all those debts until that debt is paid off, and then go to, the next sheet, the debt repayment schedule for the next one on your snowball strategy debt elimination sheet. That make sense? Okay, so we'll go around for the balance of the 10 minutes if there's anything left, and help anyone with any questions about that in particular. Also note that there is a form online, and that the sheet that we're giving you here that has resources on it. And one of the resources on this sheet is actually Christian credit counselors. They have a debt management program. It's a debt management program that the Grace Financial Ministry recommends. It is not free, but if you're in a very, very bad situation, as Brenda was talking about earlier, if you're against the wall, Christian credit counselors debt management program can help you. They can help you. They help you consolidate your bills, lower your monthly payments, lower your interest rates, and stop some late fees and creditors from calling you. So that resource is on the sheet, and those of you in attendance, there's the link on that sheet you'll have available also online after the conference. So in this Biblical Foundations workshop, personal finance links, this sheet also has other things on it that we'll reference as we continue. Okay? Okay, so Chris, we're just going to continue with the people here, and then we'll be back with the next section. Okay, so we're back. We're back. That was an excellent session. So I want to thank Roger for talking about the debt, and we went through the debt strategy, debt elimination strategy. So a question or so that came up during our consultations is with the payments. So if you have a varied salary, so your monthly varies, pick an average. If it doesn't vary so much, maybe $100 or $200, pick the lowest monthly amount that you get monthly. And that's what you're going to use as your basis for not just only your debt elimination plan, but for your spending plan as we move forward. Okay, so that's that's kind of a specialized area when you have that variable income. Usually we have variable expenses, but variable income is another situation. We can help you walk through that as can others. So the thing about the debt is to make sure that you have amount that you're paying on it regularly. So you develop that habit of paying off the debt. Now, if you get a bonus, apply that to that debt. So that's why we had that debt repayment schedule. If you get, $100 came from somewhere, add that to the debt because you're already going to have, after today, a spending plan. So apply that to the debt, get that debt rolled off, and don't increase your debt, don't add to it. Okay? All right, so next I'm going to talk about credit repair. And from that session, the win was, did you select your debt elimination strategy? Everyone, you should have at least, some are still working on it, have selected your debt elimination strategy. If you did, that's the win. If you had the debt snowball or the debt avalanche or the debt cyclone, if you selected one of those, that is a win because you're going down the path of getting out of debt. So now, we're going to credit repair. So the first thing is, first of all, about credit. First thing we need to know, okay, we credit repair, but what about credit, first of all? Credit is generally defined as the agreement between a lender and a borrower. And the borrower agrees to repay the lender, often with interest or risk of financial penalties. Second, credit also refers to individual or business credit worthiness. So are you credit worthy? That's another thing. Credit cards introduce an intermediary to that whole situation. The bank issues you the card, repays the merchant in full, and extends credit to the buyer, who repays the bank over time with incurring interest charges in the meantime. In other words, the credit card sticks its face in there, sticks their things in it, and you then have to repay them instead of the people that you purchase things from. So, as you know, anytime there's a middleman, somebody's getting stuff off the top, and we at the bottom are getting taken advantage of. So another thing about credit, next slide, is credit tempts people to spend money they don't have. And Roger spoke about that earlier. Credit tempts people to spend money they don't have. That breaks the primary rule of having a successful business plan. You can't be successful in business or be successful in personal finances if you spend money you don't have. Credit says it's okay, I don't have any money, or I don't have the money. We give you the money. It's free. Here, you just pay us back later. In these small little increments. You won't even notice it. In fact, don't even think about what you're buying. Just think about, can you pay this each month? And in fact, now they're saying, well, if you can, what can you pay each month? That's good. Oh, pay ours before you pay other people. Then we can give you a better rate. We give you better terms. So they're fighting each other like crabs in a barrel to take your money because you don't have the money to spend. A lot of times it's much better to create your own bucket, put your money in that bucket, and buy the item for cash. So credit, in other words, is debt. You're like, wow, credit is debt? Yeah, no, credit is debt. There's no joke about it, no doubt about it. And number 7, and I believe this is very true. We all, as believers, need to let this sink in. If you are a believer, going into debt is telling God that He is an insufficient provider. That we want it now, and He's not enough. So when you're going to pray to God and wake up in the morning, thank you, God, for letting me wake up, and are you telling Him next the thing based on your finances that He's an insufficient provider? We really don't need to tell God that. Now, God knows, people say, God knows my heart. But God sees what you do with your finances. He sees what you do with the resources He gives you. So we need to be very sure of what we do with what He gives us. So about credit. There are several verses here about credit. I know we're short on time. But yeah, there are verses about credit. The Lord will bless you as He has promised. You will lend to many nations, but will borrow from none. So in other words, if you aren't using credit, if you are debt-free, people will come to you, or you will have opportunities to increase what you have, what you're able to give to your families, what you're able to give to your children's children, which we know is what we're supposed to do, one of the things we're supposed to do. So, and of course, just as the rich rule over the poor, so the borrower servant to the lender, we all know that one. And don't agree to guarantee another person's debt or put up security for someone else. So don't let somebody use your credit, even if it's your children. Not if you're working on a spending plan. So let's go through some things quickly about credit. Your credit score, now you may think I'm negative about credit, but there is an instance, because we live in America, home prices are crazy. So we cannot buy a house for cash. Well, unless you're an investor and you got other things. But credit affects your down payment. Credit affects the type of loan you can get. Your credit also affects the interest rate you get. So it's important to have good credit, but there's a way to do it. And we can help you use credit the correct way. And once you're debt-free, there are other ways you can use credit and not go into debt. Okay? So your credit report, that's one item. It's very important. You need to know what your credit report is, and it contains information about how you've used credit in the past 10 years. Then we have 3 major bureaus, Experian, Equifax, and TransUnion. Most creditors use all of these. Some only use a few. But your credit report, they give you a document, and it's often you need a code to decipher it. They put so much information in there. They put so many things in there that talk about them, and all these other, the companies give you details on the companies and phone numbers and all these things, and it's often hard to read. You need a code breaker, but it's worth it to go through it. If you don't, then we can help you get through that. There are other sources that can talk you through that. The company that gave you the credit report, they have resources that can help you get through that. You only really need to know a few things from the credit report, but they put so much in there that there's things you don't really need to pay attention to. You need to pay attention to your latest bill payments for the last couple of years. How have you done? The amount that is your limit, and how close are you to that limit now? That's about all you really need from your credit report, besides some things we're going to talk about making sure it's accurate, making sure there's nothing on there that doesn't belong to you. Like somebody may have taken your identity and got some credit in your name, or something in there is incorrect. Like, no, I only owe the doctor $50, not $500. Okay? So your credit report is important. Your credit score, as we said, it comes from your credit report. So it's a 3-digit number that shows your financial health. FICO is one of the score companies. There's several score companies, Vanguard, FICO. There's several others. There's scores that only certain industries use. Auto people, a lot of automakers or the auto sellers use a different score. So you may pull your FICO score, think it's this, you go into the auto dealership, they say, no, it's this. Because they use a different measure. So they're different credit scores. So, but any credit system, most people use FICO, and it's the most used. and maintaining higher credit can help you qualify for better loans, better lines of credit, things such as that. Now the FICO, since it's the most popular, uses this breakdown. And so this is a good general breakdown to use for no matter what score is out there. So your payment history counts for 35% of the score. The amount owed counts for 30. And you see length of credit, new credit, types of credit. The score range for the FICO, and other scores have different ranges, but they're very similar, range from 300 to 850. 300 to 570 is poor, you see here. Fair is under 669, 580 to 669. Good is 670 to 739. 740 then to 799 is good. 800 is excellent. Generally, if you have 740 or better, you get the top rates. There are some places where if you're 800 and better, you get another level that doesn't not exist, not available to most people. Okay. If you have a question as I go through something, because as I said, we're really getting on time, let me know afterwards so we can handle that, the question and answer. So what causes lower credit scores? Late overdue payments, charge-offs, identity theft, as we talked about. It's important to monitor your credit. Foreclosures, bankruptcies, maxed out credit cards. Next one. Late payments, as we say. Closing balances to zero. So people think, oh, I got this, this thing and I closed it off to zero and I got rid of it. No. Because remember, time of credit is one of the factors to your credit score. So you pay off something, a credit card, don't necessarily close it. You have 20 credit cards and you may want to close some then because you need to use the credit cards for a purpose. They need to have a purpose. Just like all the money we have, everything needs to have a purpose. Every dollar, and what we talk about in the financial meetings, every dollar needs to have a name on it. Needs to have a place where it's going to go. And you need to tell it where to go. Now, if that little sheep gets out of the way, you got to go get it and bring it back into the flock and tell the whole thing where to go. Because we're not followers, we're leaders. What causes low credit score? Under that, also there are verses. The wicked borrow and do not repay, but the righteous give generously. Give to everyone what we owe them. If you owe them taxes, pay taxes. If revenue, then revenue. If respect, respect. If honor, then honor. So if you take out credit, pay it back. Pay it back. Credit repair. That's what the whole topic's about. But I have to give you some background on credit. Now, credit repair is the act of restoring or creating or correcting proper score. So you can do it your own credit repair, but it can be labor intensive and time consuming. Credit repair can also involve a paying company, and what they will do is they contact the credit bureau, point out anything on your report that you must point out anything that's incorrect on the report or untrue, then asking for it to be removed. The credit repair firms can't legally do anything that you can't do for yourself. You're actually giving them directions and instructions. They're providing some automation behind how to get rid of it. Okay? The benefits of repairing your credit. Lower interest rates, better options, approval for higher limits, more negotiating power. Approval for higher limits, that's great. You can request higher limits, and that'll lower, don't spend more, of course, but that'll lower the debt you owe, the percentage, and that's one of the criteria for your credit score. That can help your credit score go up. 3 other ways to boost your credit score: paying out outstanding debt quickly. Just because it says you have to make monthly payments don't mean you have to make monthly payments. You can make those payments immediately. We've recommended that people get a gas credit card, use it just for gas, pay off that credit card that week. So you have $40 for gas, $60 for gas, pay it off that week, that Saturday. Whatever week you make that charge, pay it off, okay? Get up to speed with your payments if you're behind, and check your credit report for errors. There are tons of ways to improve your credit score. Make sure you get a copy of it first, correct the errors, pay it online, so put an automation schedule in place where you can pay bills online. Pay the credit cards, the ones that are closest to the limit, pay those down first. I know that's contrary to the debt snowball or the other debt elimination things, but if your credit is your focus and you want to improve that score, the one that's closest to the limit, 99%, take that down. If you're at 99%, you're probably also getting fees charged. So getting that first one down, that closest to the limit, is the most important thing you can do. Okay? Okay, next slide. So, our zone line, 8 things you can do to increase your credit score. A way you can do it yourself is great. I'll put an X over. One other thing, the last step, because it talks about you insuring someone else's debt. So we don't want to do that. We saw there's a verse against that. So, but these other ones are good. There's steps here. Get your credit report. Identify negative accounts. Pay off your credit card balances or pay them down. Contact the collection accounts that you may have on there. Collection agency, they want stuff from you. Don't pay it. Dispute everything on every credit collection. Dispute any collection on there. And dispute inquiries. If you didn't make an inquiry, or if you do it in a group. For instance, you're looking for a car. Your car went down. You're gonna buy a new car. Please don't buy a new car. Buy a used car. Buy a good used car. But you're going to CarMax. You're going to all these 3 or 4 different places, and you're doing it all within a week or so. That's 5 or 6 hits on your credit inquiry. No, you can tell them, look, I was looking for a car. I'm looking for one credit source, not 5 credit sources. I'm looking for one source. Take these others off. Just have it and make it, and they will do that. The credit bureaus will collapse it into one inquiry because you're doing it for a car. Same thing with a house. If you're looking for houses and they want to kind of run your credit or to pre-approve you, you're looking for different people to pre-approve you. No, you can have that collapsed into one inquiry. Of course, inquiries are low on your on the scale, but that's okay. Next thing, how to prepare credit yourself. These are basically some steps that we've listed here, in more detail. So, of course, you can go to, annualcreditreport.com, get your credit report. There are free sources to get your score, because when you get your credit report, they're not going to give you your credit score. You have to use Credit Karma or somebody else, Wallet Hub or Credit Sesame to get your score, because the government's not going to give you everything for free. So, annual credit report, yeah, you can get that. Get them for each of the bureaus, and you'll have that. You identify any negative accounts that you see on the scores, the reports. Dispute the item with each of the bureaus. Now, the thing about disputes, the creditor must provide information that verifies the account belongs to you and is correct within 30 days. Otherwise, by law, they must remove it from your credit report. That is basically the key thing to repairing your credit. Identifying those things are wrong. If they can't verify it, it must be removed by law. So if they fail to respond or don't have sufficient information, they will remove it from your credit report entirely. It may come back because they're just going to do that. It's just part of their system. Dispute it again and ask that they do not do it again. These, they're companies. They can make mistakes more often than you think. So the next thing, 5, contact the collection agencies if you have any in your report. Dispute all the collection accounts, because they're just making money. Companies will say, we can't collect this debt. They give it to a collection company. That collection company is in business to harass you. Well, I can't say that, but they're in business to get your money for a discount paid to them by the original creditor. So dispute everything, because their records are even worse kept than the creditors, worse kept than the credit repair the credit companies. So dispute everything in writing. Getting things in writing, especially with them, is very important. Stay current on all your bills. Next slide. On how to pay credit yourself. Pay down all your credit card debt. Yep. Paying off your credit cards and reducing your debt is a credit repair strategy. A very important one. And so keeping your balance as low as possible is ideal. So on credit cards, good balances is less than 30%. That's good for your credit score. That's good for you. Your balance less than 25% of the credit limit is even better. When you get to your balance less than 10%, you're telling them, oh, I got this credit, and I know how to use it. Companies love that. Your credit score will go higher because of that. So keep it less than 10% or less. That's why the important thing to do is to request a credit increase. So you owe $100 and you have a $500 credit limit, that's good. But if they raise your limit to $1,000, then hey, you're 10%. That's the best you can be. So keep that in mind. But after all these easy things you can do to improve your credit, you say, oh, I just can't do it. I can't. It's too much. There are some top-rated credit repair companies. So we have them listed here. They cost fees, though. Just like Christian credit counselors have fees to help you manage your debt and get out of debt, and they do a great job, by the way. These companies, I can't stand behind. I haven't used them. Don't know anybody that we've counseled that has used them, but they are top-rated. But they do have fees, a sign-up fee or a startup fee. That's how they call it. They call it a setup fee, because credit repair companies aren't supposed to charge you until they do something. By law, they can't charge you until they do something, and they're heavily regulated. So if somebody says, give me this and we'll do this for you, no. Make sure they have it, and don't give them the idea, but make sure they have it. This is a setup fee, and then we'll, after the setup, and you help us or you identify what needs to be challenged, then they can charge you monthly fees to keep the automation system going. What does the automation system do? The things that we talked about earlier. Identify what's wrong. Send letters. Keep sending letters to prove, to have them, people have the creditor companies, Experian and Transfer, prove that that's true. Prove that that's there. And if they don't, then it has to be removed. So most of us have one or two things wrong on credit reports. To pay a credit repair company 70 things, go ahead. But we're just providing you with information on what your options are. And with the credit repair, you must make room in your spending plan if you're going to use the credit repair companies. It's an expense, so it's going to be on your monthly spending plan. Okay? So you can spend $200 a month on credit repair, or $200 getting rid of your emergency, or getting rid of your debt, or adding to your emergency fund. Okay? Okay. So that's all we had for credit. Any questions? Any questions about this? Okay, so the question is, in reference to having things in writing, if we write a letter and say that we're going to pay it off in full, you can have the collection removed from your credit report. Is that right? No. If you can, anything you do yourself, there's no fee from. So you can write a letter to the debtor, the company that you, let's say you borrowed some money from, a regular loan. You can write a letter to them. They say, okay, you haven't paid us, and so they're charging you a late fee, or they say that you owe us this money. It's not in collections yet, but it's about to be. You just haven't paid it in months and months and months. You can write them a letter and say, look, I have had hardships. I can't pay, the original amount that you owed, although as a Christian you want to, but I can't pay it right now. Write it down, what you owe them entirely, and this will freak them out. Write down, you owe, I can't pay the $500. I can give you $250 right now if you clear this, this negative thing off my credit report. And a lot of times they'll say, okay, because they figure they hadn't got anything from you in 4 or 5 months, they're not going to get anything from you, and they'd rather pay you, they'd rather get $200 than pay a collections company to try to get some money from you. So they'll often accept that letter, or try it again, or call them and then say, if I pay this amount, if I pay $300, will you take this from my credit, this negative thing from my credit report They say, okay, yeah, we'll do that. Say, I'm going to send it to you in writing since you told me on the phone. I'm going to send it to you in writing. They send a response back, say, yes, you pay this, we'll do that. You pay them the money, and they have to legally remove it from your credit report, and you have proof that they said that they will remove it from your credit report. There's no charge for that. You're doing that yourself. If it goes to a collection company, you could do the same thing, but don't do it to the collection company. Go back to the original person and say, you put this collections, you sent this to collections, the collection company. They can say, oh, okay, well, we'll, if you're going to pay us directly, pay us, and we'll have the collection company stop, and they'll take it off your credit report. If you deal with the collections company, they are very tricky. I'd rather not deal with them directly. They are very tricky. Very rarely do they actually do everything they say they're going to do. Okay? So if you're going to do it yourself, that's the way that I prefer. And if you need help with that, on the folders you got the link to, or the QR code, there's on the personal finance links, the last one that we have so far, and we'll add to this document as questions and things come up. The last thing on that is the Lenders Network Do-It-Yourself Credit Repair Guide. The Do-It-Yourself Credit Repair Guide. They have the steps in there, how to do it step by step. They even have a folder where you can link and get the letters. So you don't have to write the letters yourself. You just put your name and the creditors in there, how much you owe, the dates, that kind of stuff, and mail it off. Doesn't work, mail it off again. Doesn't work, mail it off again until you can find something that works. And it's very important that you have these letters and reference. I've written you a couple of times already. I've written you because these credit repair companies, they do the same thing, and they sometimes can't tell your letter from credit repair company letter, which they think is spam. They look at it just like we look at spam. So they see it's from you individually. That's great. That's what you want to do. And so, yeah, like I said, that's on the personal finance link. So, any more questions? So the question was, if you continually ask the banks and companies for your credit score, it will make your score to go down. That's not true. They should not, because it's a personal inquiry. If you do it personally, then it's fine. But if you, like I said, if you're going to a bank to get a car or to get some loan or something, that's a hard hit, what they call a hard hit. That's a professional inquiry. That will make your score go down. But that's why I said if you're going to do something, if you're going to look for a car, a house, or whatever, do all your inquiries in a week or so, a week to 10 days, and you can then go to the Experian, TransUnion, and the other companies, Experian, and say this is one inquiry. I'm looking for one line of credit. I'm not looking for 4 or 5. Okay, so, but if you yourself want to see your score, then that's no charge. I mean, there's no hit on your credit report. Okay, any other questions? Yes. Okay, as the question was, if you have something really old on your credit report, would that still hurt you? So the general rule is, if it's 5 years or older, just leave it alone. Most things on your credit report will disappear after 7 years. If you bother something on your credit report, like do it, if you say, it's in the collections, and you say, well, I want to pay this collections off or whatever, then it starts to clock over again on that debt. Even though it's 5.5 years old, you got 18 months till it falls off. it will reset that clock. So it's going to stay on your credit 7 more years. So if it's older item, don't address that as far as your credit repair plan. If it's 5.5, the more recent, the more negatively it affects you. So if you have a debt you hadn't paid off in a year, $500 you hadn't paid off in a year, that's going to hurt you. That's going to hurt your credit report. I mean, your credit score. It's going to look bad for you. That $500 is going to be horrible. If you have $5,000 and you hadn't paid that off in 6 years, that $500 hurts you worse than that $5,000 because it's so old. It's a part of your history. It's a part of your past. But now you're doing better. You went to the Grace Bible Fellowship Foundation's Freedom class. You're doing a lot better now. They're not going to hold your old stuff against you. So does that answer your question? Okay. So the older stuff, let it be. The newer stuff, you can address that. Okay, so he was asking about student loans. He's had some student loans, and now he's getting letters saying that we can get that paid. We can help you repay that, or look some ways to get out of those. So student loans are special because they get a lot of legislation every year. Generally speaking, however, if the student loan has been forgiven, it's been forgiven. They cannot look on your credit report and try to get you to bring it back into surface to get it for no reason. A lot of times things are on there and the company has already forgiven it or claimed it off on their taxes, especially schools. They say, oh, we're not getting this, boom. Those are, in that case, it'll still be on your credit report. They've already written it off on their taxes. They already got their credit for it. So they're not asking you to pay anymore. You may get letters here and there once a year or something, but they're not asking you to pay anymore just in case you want to pay. But there are companies out here who are skimming credit reports because they have access to it and are looking for ways to get more money. So often that's what the case is. However, with this administration and lots of states, they're looking at doing different things with credit, with student loans. That's why I'm saying you kind of want to watch out. They're looking to do forgiveness on student loans. It's a really big, hot political issue. I'd say hold, punt, to see and wait to see what happens with it. Because if you have things, you don't want to involve some other company that's going to invalidate what the government might do. So, okay. Any other questions? Okay, so as I said, it's a good idea to, do it yourself. So the win from this thing is, if you're going to do credit repair, are you going to do it yourself or are you going to hire a company? So that's your decision. But it's something that another win you can check. I know what I'm going to do about this situation now. Okay? All right, so next we have the estimated spending plan and the whole, Roger and I are going to do that. We're going to have the whole ministry doing that. So Roger's going to be up with the income section.
So this is a section that was supposed to be done by Gail Harris, the income section. If you came to our last conference, last September, October, whenever it was, we focused a lot on pivoting. And we talked about when you're in certain situations, when it comes to finances, at times you need to pivot. This is a pivot situation because You know, we really try to focus on each other's, on each section that belongs to us. So, you know, we will continue to pray for Gail, but pray for me also as I talk about this. So, for sources of income, your W-2 is your earned income. If you're in a business, of course, you'll have your profit from that income, and quite often you will see you'll get like depending on the kind of business, you'll get a K-1 that you'll give to your accountant. You can have, and that's profit income. Rental income is passive income as opposed to the earned income and the profit income. It's passive income, and gains and dividends, that comes from investing in the stock market, and you'll get a 1099 div from that you'll be using. So those are the four main sources of income that you must declare to the government. This section here is calculating your monthly income. Please do this, take a minute to do this, because you will use this information to plug in to some other sheets that we have. So we just talked about, for example, your salary, that's your W-2, all right? And your interest from businesses, so on and so forth. Your dividend interest, like I said, that's your 1099 div, and then other sources of income. All right, so plug that into the sheet that you have. I'm not sure what particular sheet that is. The spending plan. Okay, you should have your spending plan sheet. Just take a look at that, and you will plug that into your sheet. So, any questions on income, calculating on those sources of income? If you have any other type income from outside of those sources, just let us know, but that'll go into the other bucket, all right? All right, so the next section, and this is where Greg is going to be talking about tithing. So, Greg.
Okay, so thanks. We're talking about tithing now, and if you look at your spending plan, you'll see that there are pretty much three items at the top. One is income, the other one is tithing, and then there is taxes. So Roger's going to speak next about taxes, but a moment here about tithing and how important it is. I'm sure you know, but let's just be sure. You know, but let's be really sure. So, tithes. So the word tithes means a tenth. It represents a minimum, not a maximum of giving. It's just a minimum. And we as followers of Jesus Christ are called to be tithers and to be generous, especially since Jesus was generous with us. He gave his life for us, that we may have everlasting time with God. So that is a tremendous sacrifice he made. And as we're talking about today, you do have to make sacrifices. And he's did that. The next slide. Tithing is an Old and New Testament principle. Don't believe the lie. It's not an Old Testament thing. It's New Testament also. So Abram gave a tenth in Genesis 14. And if there's a life group, I would ask, how did that happen? Who he gave it to, and what priest, who that person was with, but I'll leave that alone, and who that person actually was. But Malachi 3:10 talks about how God validates the tithe and says to test him, and that we'll never outgive him. God gave us everything. He's actually given us this world. We're to be good stewards. We're to take care of this world. We're to take the earth and everything within it, the trees, the animals. It is our responsibility. It's also our responsibility to take care of the resources he's given us so that we may live on this earth and so that we may carry out the Great Commission. He's given us everything we need to do that. So giving a tithe is just helping us be generous, helping us be like him. and you can't outgive him with that. So, and in Matthew, of course, that's the New Testament because Jesus is there. So in Matthew, he corrects the Pharisees for how they were tithing. Tithing off the small stuff. We won't go into that, but tithing is clearly in the New Testament. So Jesus validates it and makes sure the heart of generosity is present when tithing. Please be a joyful giver when you tithe. Be a joyful giver when you tithe. Now look, God set things up for us in a system so that we can know what happens. When you sow, you reap. There's a time for sowing. There's a time for receiving. He set up a lot of the financial things the same way. You can give and not have the right heart behind it and still receive. There are lots of millionaires and billionaires who have followed sound biblical financial principles and have become wealthy on earth because they followed those sound biblical principles. The same things we're showing you. Sound financial biblical principles. But they didn't have the right heart. And we're not to judge whether they have it or not and where they're going to end up in there. But we want to have the right heart, especially when we're giving tithes. And especially when we're doing anything. We want to have the right heart and the right motivations behind it. So that's very important why it's in bold. So then, what is an offering? Because people say tithes and offering. What's an offering? A tithe is the responsibility of the follower of Jesus Christ towards the local church. So offerings are giving opportunities to bless others. So that's basically the difference. And the offering is there because we always want to seek the opportunity to be generous. So next slide is how do I set up tithing and other things in my spending plan. So as you see on our spending plan, tithing is in there already at the beginning before what we're going to talk about later, net spendable income. So you want to have a space for tithing, and there is a space you can add to your spending plan for other giving, other ways of being generous. So you make sure you want to keep those separate. And you want to tithe, definitely. If the Holy Spirit says that you can give money, offer money to the church, give what the Spirit tells you to give to the church. If it says you want you to give to other, resources, other good places, then you give to those also. To those organizations that have a proven track record, of course. So there are places you can add to your spending plan. You can be financially successful and tithe, and also give to other organizations. Organizations could be at church, if you a missions trip, all kinds of things that your church does, but it doesn't have to be. The offering portion doesn't have to be. So the next thing is you need to have the right tithing mindset. Always keep giving decisions and all spending decisions as a prayerful exercise. We often pray before we eat. We thank God. How about praying before you pay for a bill? Or better still, pray before you go into a store or look on that online site and buy something. Make prayerful decisions always. Build in a tithing percentage increase each year. So our general rule is if you're paying off your debt, if you have a debt snowball plan going, and you aren't able to start, and this is probably later on, you aren't able to tithe the whole 10%. Start with what you can, but that's the last debt item. That's the last item category that we'll look at, and we'll talk about that later. But you tithe what you can, and try to increase that each year till you get to your 10%, and then keep going. If you're already tithing, make an increase in that percentage you give each year. See if God does not make himself obvious to you. Tithe, give a little more. Because you cannot give him. And that's about the only thing in the Bible he says, test me. He never says, don't test me, but test him with a good heart. Say, I want to see. Like you test your parents in good heartedness. So next thing, the tithe mindset is biblical. We talked about these verses earlier, Matthew 3:10 and Matthew 20:20, Malachi 3:10, Matthew 23:23. But another one I'd like to introduce is Acts 20:35. In everything I did, I showed you that by this kind of hard work, we must help the weak, remembering the words of the Lord Jesus himself said, it is more blessed to give than to receive. Yes, that is a biblical verse. You may have just heard it outside, but it is true. It's better to give than to receive. So, as I said, as far as tithes is concerned, it's one of the three things that we're going to talk about in a minute. But before that, Roger is going to talk about taxes.
Forgot to mention, I posed a question earlier today. Was talking about is a mortgage good debt or bad debt? And when we were looking at your income forms, we were looking at your W-2, when you're looking at if you have rental income, so on and so forth. The way to then look at a mortgage and rental income is that mortgage producing income for you? Is that mortgage producing income? Rental income produces income. A mortgage you're paying. So a mortgage is debt. Now, whether it's good debt or a bad debt, I really don't care. To me personally, I see it as debt. All right? But you need to think about that a mortgage is not putting money into your pocket. And in terms of when you think about, you're saying, well, it's building up equity. Well, the thing is, you really can't spend that equity unless you take out a second mortgage on that or whatever, but then guess what? That's more debt. All right? That's more debt. So those are just things to think about when it comes to a mortgage. You know, we were talking earlier about mindsets, the financial mindset and molds. Again, that's part of the mold that we fit into, that we believe that we should carry that mortgage. All right, so let's transition to taxes. And first of all, we will talk about your tax bracket, your returns, and allowances, and the impact on taxes on us all. So debt is one thing. That's one thing. But taxes are equally as important. Next slide. So let's look at the tax brackets, and this is from the Tax Foundation, just some numbers. And, you know, it's broken out into the various tax rates from 10% all the way to 37%. And you see the column there. Look and see where you are personally, a single person, married, filing jointly, and has a household. So you, let's say you are single, 0 to 10,000, and you're married, that goes all the way up to 20,550, or if you're head of household, that's just 14,650. And if you're single, it looks as though you're only paying 10% on, you're going to pay 12% on beginning 10,275. So what's the lesson learned there? Get married? I don't know. I know. I'll say that. Just kidding, just kidding. So, next slide, please. All right, so taxes. A large return is not a good thing. It's not a good thing. I know a lot of us are trained to think that, yeah, you know, I got a lot of money back from Uncle Sam, and I can go out and I can then do this or that. Well, think of it this way. If your money is tied up with someone else, the government in this case, then
what happens is that that is opportunity lost. That is opportunity lost for you that you could use to pay down your debt. That is opportunity lost that you could use for investments. That's opportunity lost that you can do whatever with. But if your money is tied up, it's not like you're getting interest on that money, but it's tied up. It's opportunity lost. All right. So think about it that way. So what should you do then to make that adjustment? Next slide, please. What you need to do is, next slide, please, is you recalculate your withholding, your W-4, okay? So W-4, and I believe the last change was made at the beginning of the Trump tax cut era, and adjustments were made there. So this essentially you fill it out, you give to your employer for how much you want to be withheld from your check, all right? So again, this then will prevent you from accumulating, from getting that big tax return at the end, all right? Use your money. Your money is your money, all right? So let's look at the impact of taxes, and it's important that we talk about this. First of all, pay your taxes. Pay your taxes. You'll see a lot of scams out there that will, taxes are not, you shouldn't pay taxes, so on and so forth. The tax only came about since the Second World War, and then they were only supposed to be temporary. And, well, look, if you don't pay your taxes, they will come after you. Pay your taxes, all right? The Trump tax cut eras, they will end in 2025, and those brackets most likely will adjust again. And they will adjust unless Congress steps in and they make changes. But keep this in mind: we are a debtor nation, and as I don't want to get too technical, but just keep this in mind: we're a debtor nation. Our currency is the default currency, and so we are able to spend a lot of money that is credit, essentially. That is changing as we see world events change, and that eventually, without getting too technical, that eventually means that we will have to pay more taxes eventually, all right? Just keep that in mind. But look at the impact of taxes. You have federal tax, state tax, FICA, sales and excise tax, property tax, county tax, city tax, fees, fines, you name it. I mean, I know that list is not exhaustive, right? But here's the point. Next slide, please. Here's the point. We spent a lot about today talking about debt. We talked a lot about that. Now, if you have a high debt load, and now we're talking about taxes, does anyone here believe taxes are going to go up or going to go down? What do you think? By the raise of hand. In the years to come, are taxes going up or going down? You think that taxes are going up? Okay. All right, so if we have increasing taxes and we have increasing debt load, think about that. Now, let's take an example of potentially taxes going up. Our home values are going up. Now, the local taxing authorities will do a reevaluation on your home value. And think about it, our home values have gone up crazy, especially within the last year, within the last 2 years. That means that you and I will be paying more on property taxes, all right? So that will come out of your pocket. Where's that going to come from? That's the reality that we have to live with. So whether or not you believe taxes are going up, if inflation continues as it is and they do the reevaluation, you will pay more unless the local taxing authorities do a reevaluation on the rate. And I don't know the answer to that. So I would say be prepared for that eventuality. Now, you have debt and you have rising taxes. How do you manage? All right? How do you manage? I'm not saying this to make you afraid. I'm just bringing you, this is a reality. This is life. This is where we are. And that's why we're here, to put you into that right mindset to take the next step for getting out of debt and to properly managing your taxes. And here's the other thing. If you have a complicated, if you own a lot of stuff, let's say you own income property, you own a business or whatever, a good bookkeeper and a good accountant are worth their weight in gold. Because you must pay your taxes, but you don't want to pay above and beyond what you owe, right? So if you can do that, make the right decision to do that. Because, yeah, the 1040, it's easy to fill out, so on and so forth. But good accountants and good bookkeepers will help you do even better, so that you only pay what you really owe. Okay, so pay your taxes, pay down your debt, but pay only the required piece of taxes. All right, and that's the important thing I want to leave you with. All right, now we are transitioning now into the next section, which we'll be working on the spending plan. But before I do that, are there any questions? Hi. So the form itself will help you to calculate that. So, and do we have samples of the W-4 here? Okay, so there's a resource, there's a link that actually walk you through how to fill it out. But it's actually, yeah, you can, it'll. This is good. This is why we're here, right? Yeah, and just be careful with that number. I know you said you put yours into 8. Just be careful about that as well. Yeah. All right. So when you look at a spending plan and you determine where you are, that will help you make that decision. Because if you are not addressing a debt situation, then you may want to keep, if you are addressing a debt situation, then you want to make sure you can have more that you can deal with to pay down the debt, right? So what I'm saying is the spending plan will help you make that. We're about to get into the spending plan. No, you're good, but it's a good question. So essentially the question is, you know, I'm making this extra money, how should I claim on that, right? And should I take more out, or should I give it to the government, or whatever? So I'm saying, look at your spending plan we're about to get into to help make that personal decision, all right? And, all right, so any other questions? Hi, Brenda.
This Okay, my furniture is older than food. Why am I paying taxes on it? I'm already paying taxes on my house, so why am I? You will never get away with taxes, like they said. Render under Caesar, but Caesar's out of control.
You know, the thing is that what we need to become is we need to become wise stewards. You know, the question is, we pay so much in taxes, and we give so much. How do we get from under this tax burden? How do we manage it? How do we handle it? And we need to become very, very wise stewards. And the thing is that here's a quick answer to your question. The people who are very successful in this country, we need to watch and see what they do. They do certain things, they use certain strategies, they're wise in what they do. You and I are molded into a mindset that think that we must do this, that, and that because that's the mold, that's the model. And I'm telling you that Oprah isn't worrying about contributing to her 401k, okay? So there are strategies, there are techniques, and it's not hidden. We just need to go look, searching for these things, for these solutions. And yes, certain, you can use certain techniques and certain strategies that will, you'll still pay taxes, but you will benefit from using certain strategies to control how much you pay, all right? And owning businesses and stuff like that, it's very important, right? And the wealthy people do this, all right?
Do you all have
That's a good question. We were talking about the next session we will have will be like an investing session. And we really want to get into what that looks like. We want to talk about it some point because it's a very important question. And we need to get there. And so the question was, well, if there's strategies and there are techniques, then what are those strategies and techniques and where can we go to get this information? And yes, there are strategies, there are techniques and ways to get there, and we'll get you there. All right. Estimated spending plan. And this is now where we are going to get deeply into working more deeply on our worksheets, so the spending plan. And you, by this time, you should have had your debts listed. You should have had your incomes listed, your W-2s, your other incomes. You should have already have that calculated on the worksheets. Now we also now looking at your monthly income. You should already have that listed, as well as your tithe and your giving and your taxes. That should all be, you should by this point have that all calculated to come up with your net spendable income. All right? And with that, Greg, Greg will be talking about the expenses, fixed and variable expenses. All right.
Okay. So thanks, Roger. The the thing about taxes is the government is not our friend. It's not our buddy. They're not here for you. They're here for people like them. And them, I'm saying them because I'm not in power and not trying to be in power, but they are powerful, want to be powerful. They have lots of wealth and they want to keep it. they, like your job, is gonna pay, the job's gonna pay you, your job is designed to pay you the minimum amount they can pay you so you don't walk out that door. The government is to get as much as they can from you so that they can have what they want. You want to have some of the things that you want, you're gonna have to do what they do. So who are the people in government? What do they do? You have to copy them within the laws, of course, to have what they have. So they don't pay lots of taxes, but they charge lots of taxes. And we can go into that at some other time. But for what we're doing here today, you should be on, those online should be on Form 5 or number 5 that says estimated spending plan. So as Roger's already talked about, you should by now have your net spendable income written down. That is very important. So all your salaries combined together for your gross monthly income, and then subtract from that your tithes, what you decided to tithe, and your taxes, which you can get from your paycheck or paychecks. Subtract those from your monthly income and get your net spendable income. That's a very, very, probably the most important number. Net spendable income. You may see it as NSI. And if you're in science, it's not, it's not yeah. Net spendable income. So with that, let's move forward. And you should see on the board, we're looking out at fixed and variable expenses. So fixed expenses are things that cost the same amount each month. These bills cannot be easily changed, are usually paid for on a regular basis. Again, I'm looking at the spending worksheet. Let me bring it up here. But what you should do is, as you complete this worksheet, and then we're going to walk through that exercise, as you do that, we're going to help you figure out the fixed and variable expenses, especially the variable expenses. So the fixed are easy. Your mortgage, your rent, loan payments, property taxes, cable, internet, phone bills, gym memberships, charity giving. These things are fixed. Child support, if you have that, daycare is fixed. Maybe high, but it's fixed until the next year. But anyway, those are fixed things. Variable expenses are those that that may change from month to month. Eating out, buying clothes, entertainment, groceries, gasoline is going higher. Car maintenance, car care, pet grooming, travel, gifts, those things are variable expenses. So we're going to work on helping you fix those or calculate those and put them into the spending plan. The next slide. So as you look into the spending plan and thinking about making changes to it, because what we're doing, the whole thing, what we're doing is seeing where you are and helping you get to where you want to be with your spending plan. So where are you? And then again, as a preview, that doesn't say who you are, just say where are your finances and where you want to be. So discretionary expenses are expenses that are considered essential and priority. They're non-discretionary. Discretionary are expenses that are not essential, not priorities in your life. So examples, they're very similar to what we just talked about. How about that? So rent, mortgage, food, mobile phone, transportation, medical needs, clothing. Although clothing are a variable expense. And then on the discretionary side, recreation, jewelry, vacations, anything else, things that are coming up. So those are those examples of discretionary. So any questions about those? Okay, so now this section and the next sections are very, 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 very math involved. Okay, so we'll be walking around, passing out the Section 5 form. So if we could get the Section 5 forms, and we're going to go through all of these different categories with you to help you figure out what to put in these fields. So since we have the net spending income, net spendable income, at the end of this, we'll have the total living expenses. So we have the income set, that's good. Now we're gonna figure out what our expenses are. This is actual. Please do actual expenses, not what you want them to be, actual expenses. Because remember when I said, the more accurate the information we have, the more complete information we have, the more we can give you a plan that helps you. No, not that. The spending plan. Okay, it's called the estimated spending plan that's being sent out now. You may have a document already, but these are changed titles. But the estimated spending plan has in it the estimated spending plan, the variable expenses in that. So you're getting that passed out. So some of the forms are similar or the same, but we may change the name at the top, the title. So right now you're getting the estimated spending plan. That was also in your pre-workshop documentation. So we're completing the items that are fixed. You can enter those, such as housing, things such as those. And then the variable expenses, we have a form that will help you calculate the variable expenses. So things that could be on that list of variable expenses are vacations, dentist, doctor, automobile, life insurance, health insurance, automobile insurance, home insurance, clothing, investments, and other things. All of these things could be variable expenses. We'll help you calculate those because there are different ways that you need to calculate them in order to determine what should go in the monthly column for that. For instance, miscellaneous is usually a big column for variable expenses. So let's say you have toiletries and beauty and barber. Let's say you go, you get special hair treatments every 2 months. So you have to normalize that, and otherwise you have to make it fit into a monthly format. So you take that, since you do it every 2 months, divide it by 2, put that value in that area under hair. And then sum all of those items under miscellaneous and put them at the top. Okay? So that's how the variable things work. And there are different things, even with your income. With your income, if you get paid every 2 weeks, or if you get paid twice a month, it's a different formula that you have to use to calculate that. So if you want to go back to that, if you don't get paid monthly, like we state employees, you can go and you need to normalize that to make your income fit so that this whole thing works together. So you get paid every 2 weeks, or if you get paid twice a month, you need to calculate it for the whole month. And the same thing with your taxes. And the same thing with all of the things that are listed on your paycheck. That's why it's very important to feel like your paycheck is a gold mine to help you correctly figure out or calculate what needs to go on your variable expenses and what needs to go on your spending plan. Okay? So there should be lots of questions as we take this next Q&A period to go through these items. Okay? So any questions before we begin? Okay, so Chris, we're going to the sessions now. So. Okay, so we're going to continue with analysis, but before we do that, first, there's some notes that we have from, or questions and things we had about some of the other categories. So, a good thing to do is to go through your checkbook. The checkbook is also a valuable resource, just as your pay statement is, or if your retirement, your Social Security statement, or your Social Security payments, and your state retirement or whatever retirement pensions you have, those will be listed on your those will be listed in your statements. So you can move those over as salary, combine those together, and put them in that field for the salary. And we also had some questions about taxes. So those also have to be calculated if you don't get paid monthly. Okay. Within the form here, within the total living expenses, so within the fields like housing, you notice there's lots of categories under there. Use your checkbook or use your whatever online to fill in those fields and then total them under that particular category. Some we're having questions about that. So total those small items first into the big box at the top. So transportation, there were a lot of items listed there. List those out separately, put them in transportation. We know that you don't know what gas is every month, but guesstimate the average because it's rising. It's supposed to go down, but we don't know. Another thing was your food. Food means groceries. So the groceries you set, that's what's in that category. Eating out, however, is under entertainment. Or not entertainment. Yeah, entertainment. Eating out is under entertainment. So put that in there accordingly. Food is for groceries. Entertainment is, eating out is entertainment. Cosmetics, toiletries, those kinds of things are under miscellaneous. So put things in the correct item, and then they'll sum up to the right column. Okay? So we're going to move quickly here. So with the analysis. So basically, let's go to the next page, Chris. Basically, we are summing up this page, your estimated spending plan. So net spendable income, what we said, is very important. Make sure you have that net spendable income. If you don't have that net spendable income, then just make a mark for it because it's going to be used in the next section. Very important. So your net spendable income. From that, subtract your total living expenses. So the bottom of the expenses we just did. Subtract your from your net spendable income, your living expenses. If you get a negative number, then it's a deficit. It means you have more expenses than income. If you get a positive number, that's a surplus. You have more income than deficit, or more income than expenses. Either way, it's not talking about your soul. It's just a number. It's a measure of how well you're doing, but it's not the only measure. It's a financial measure of how you're doing. It is not you. Just like people are realizing now that, people say, who are you? And you say your job. Like, your job is not you. You do a job, but your job is not you. And, first and foremost, you're God's child. So that shows you're important. Don't be pushed into a corner or defined by something on this earth. Your job, how this number turns out, whatever. Let's move forward. So, as Chris, we'll continue. We're going to go pretty fast here. The spending plan. So, again, I'm not Gail, and Gail, if you're watching, hopefully you're doing better. Let's go. The money management is tough economic times. So, we had the pandemic. People were financially challenged. And the current condition is that it's going to continue for most of us. Something's going to come up always. So the spending plan we're developing is going to be key to navigate through that. So next slide. Most people like to spend money, and the word budget is often used, but it's perceived negatively because it talks about limiting deprivation. In fact, which encourages people not to do a budget and encourages people not to take financial control. If you don't have a budget, how are you in control? Don't have a spending plan, how are you in control? You're not. So the goal is to develop a personal budget spending plan. So what we've done so far is we filled out the estimated spending plan. It's supposed to be accurate and according to what you have. If you don't have that completely filled out, take it home, get it filled out this week, because the follow-up starts on May 1st. Okay? So get that completed this week, get all the numbers and all the categories completed, and we'll get to the spending plan, the adjusted spending plan. So next, we have the advantage of a spending plan. Of course, you know many of them, so it's forced people to make choices in the way that they spend their money. It helps people prioritize. It helps you live within your income and expenses. So your ideal is to have it be zero. It can be, savings is included in your financial goals. Basically, if you have a good spending plan, you can then begin looking at some of the other areas like investing. You know, we don't recommend you go into real estate investing and you don't have a spending plan made out. You don't go doing options and you don't have your foundation. You have to have a foundation before you go to that second floor or third floor. So the advantage of a spending plan is it enables you to have options. You have choices. So set and align your budget with your spending plan. So in scenario A, like we say, you can have a deficit, or in B, you can have everything on target for the month. You have everything, you have the guardrails in place. And we like to distinguish between a budget and a spending plan, because a budget is more or less looking at, okay, this is what I've had, this is what I put in place. A spending plan is not limited to what it is. It's not limited to what your monthly numbers are. It's not limited to that. Spending plan is part of an overall arc of what you're going to do with your life as far as finances is concerned. So the spending plan enables you to plan for major life events, allows you to invest, allows you to create assets that are going to produce income for you, or create a safe haven for your children's children. It's going to enable you to do certain things, enable you to travel and do lots of other things. So it's not limited to what's in that box, what's in that field. It's a plan for your life. You can use it to plan your life. In other words, it's helping you be a good steward of the resources God gave you. And when you're being generous, there's even more you can do. So, next slide. So this is how the chart should look. Your spending should be less. Your income, as you go along, you need to check your income versus what you plan to have spent and what you spent so far. So it's just a quick little chart. Next is how do you develop, maintain a spending plan. So this is what we're going to talk about. The development process. Number one, complete income and expense statement ensures your spending plan is realistic. So that's what we've kind of done. Your income and expenses, okay? And ask yourself these questions. What's the intended time period for your spending plan? And is it concurrent with your pay period? We just normalized it, made everything monthly. So we're just going by a monthly format. What categories will your spending plan include? We included them for you. They're there. If they're not there, they should fit within the categories we've established. So that's why there's an other column in all of the categories, pretty much. Consider the trade-offs and opportunity costs, goals, and contractual expenses. So consider what you have allocated yourself for already and make those adjustments. Adjustments are an important thing that we're going to talk about coming up here. The fourth step is make your plan, spending decision, and use a control system to keep it on track. Make sure that you have a system in place, a habit, build a habit to checking your finances monthly and weekly and monthly. And number 5, ask yourself these questions. How well did your spending plan work? Is it right plan to help you reach your goals? Do you need to make adjustments? We're showing you a spending plan, and those going through this with us we're going to use that spending plan. There are a lot of options out there, a lot of different systems you can use. We can give you some other resources later on, different online things you can use and different things you can use to do your spending plan, but we're going to go from this worksheet. It's a common worksheet. Now, determining the right budget spending percentages. So one size doesn't fit all. It depends on many variables: your income, what you want to have to spend each month, steps you want to take to achieve your financial goals. So, next slide. The averages and national percentages. The next slide. So the basic budget percentages for all the different categories. And that's what we're going to do now. We're going to, and I think Tia may have passed them out already. No. Tia and Harriet, Roger. We're going to pass out budget percentages. And what we're going to do with these is find your scenario. Find your scenario. And it has, once you find your scenario, find your income. In that scenario and your income, it's going to list out what people in your scenario and your income, what people who have successful financial spending plans is what they have done. So, in other words, if you're a single mom with one kid, then it lists that, and look on that page. And if you make $80,000 a year, look and see what those percentages are for a successful spending plan. And then that's your percentages. You need to locate your budget percentages. So find your scenario, find your income, and it lists under there the percentages in each category for you to be successful. Does that make sense? So you have an idea of, okay, if I want my spending plan to be successful, the average people with this income in my scenario, in my situation, this is what they do. So we'll go around answering questions with figuring out that, because after that, the next step is we'll apply this to your particular situation. So what we're going to do is just no calculation the next time we'll do that. Right now, has everyone found what scenario fits them? Yeah, the blue sheet. Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, Chris, next slide, please. Okay, yeah, that's the form. There are different scenarios. If your income is higher than listed on that form, then we can do a projection. We can follow the progression of those expenditures or that income. So online, you need to find out what the suggested percentage guidelines are for your situation, and find your income listed there. Okay. And if you're, if your income is higher, you can do it for each of the persons in your. If you have a couple, then you can do it for each person in the couple, or we can extrapolate out the direction it's heading. For instance, a housing for a person married with no children, housing is 20,000 or is 40 for 20,000 person income is 40% of the housing, but a couple making $120,000, $5,000 a year, the housing is 30,000. So we can extrapolate out that your housing is a lower percentage of your income as your income increases. So that's what I'm saying. We can extrapolate out and help you get good numbers. And that's for when we start doing the calculations, which is going to be in a minute. Does everybody have their situation or their scenario selected? Okay, good. So next, we're going to talk about variable and fixed incomes. Again, just remember, this is listed here again because you need to be cognitive of what you're doing, especially with those variable items. Those variable items. Also, on the sheets and the worksheets, the expenses, you need to make sure that your the categories, make sure that you keep track of what your categories are. Make sure you put the items where they need to belong. Make sure you, there's some things you need to do to make sure that when you have money in that area, it's used for that area. What we've used in the past is the cash envelope system. That's when you have your money set for a particular category. When the money is gone in that category, you can't do that anymore. You got $100 for groceries, and it's the 15th, and you have $15 left. That's all you have left to eat for the rest of the month in groceries. That's the cash, that's the envelope system. Now, we aren't expecting you to have the cash for all of these in your in your envelopes and walking around with cash. That's not safe. But you can have fake, like Monopoly money or cash flow money, put it in an envelope, take it out as you do things so you can see where you are on these categories that we're going to identify in a second, these categories that you may be struggling in. Also, there's something called with hashtag cash stuffing, hashtag cash stuffing. And that's pretty much the same thing, except that's what younger people use. Hashtag cash stuffing. And there's a whole group following that process. It's the same thing, making sure that you stay within your category guidelines. So let's go to the next slide, Chris. Let's go on. Yeah, go on. We really want to stick to our schedule here. So let me go back to one on that one. Yep. So adjusting spending categories to fix or achieve our goals. So we talked about the national averages. Review your fixed expenses first. So those are on that sheet. Use the variable expenses. That's on the sheet. And we're going to look at determining what expenses to eliminate. Step 4 is you take the two percentages for fixed and variable spending and add those together. The remaining is your budget can be used to commit to your financial goals. So if your fixed spending is 40% of your budget and variable is 30% of your income, you have another 30% of your income allocated to meet your financial goals, debt reduction, emergency savings, retirements, those type of things. So that's kind of built into your spending plan. So the spending plan is very, very good. So now, Chris, you go to the next question. So all of these items, this presentation, slide deck, and the items are going to be available for you after this presentation if you aren't able to keep up. So next slide. Okay, here's where the rubber hits the road, as they say. Get the document, and for those of you online, we're on document 6B. 6B is called Developing Your Spending Plan. Document 6B. And as if you come back and look through this again, go to document 6B. This is where you're taking this is percentage spending plan, and we'll help you walk through these. So your percentage spending plan, this is where you take your percentage from the scenario you selected, your selected scenario percentage. Enter that in the first row where it says percentage. Enter that on the spending category. Well, actually, yeah. You can fill out the top two, the net spendable income, but basically you need to know your net spendable income. So list the percentage on the percentage for housing, percentage for food, transportation, all of these going down. And again, note that if you don't have school or child care, just don't fill in that column. The percentages, are different. If you have those, if you have school or child care, figure out make the numbers add to 100. If you don't, then still make the averages, the numbers, percentages add to 100. That make sense? Okay. So then on the next column, NSI, net spendable income. So get your net spendable income. I told you that number was important. If you don't have that number, just put NSI. So when you fill in that number, when you fill out those categories, you have that number set. So put net spendable income beside that for all of those categories. Then take out your calculator or computer or whatever you want to use. If you have a spreadsheet, use that and multiply that percentage times your net spendable income for each category. And you have an amount there. You're going to come out with a number amount. So your percentage adjusted, your amount, your percentage is going to be, basically we're taking what's on that, your scenario, and putting it onto your spending plan. So this is what it looks like. If your spending plan came out to 0, your numbers will probably be close to what these numbers are on this sheet. Percentage? Oh, that's from that sheet. No, net spendable income. What she's asking is, no, the net spendable income is from the spending, from the monthly spending and expense form. So, right. Yeah, under NSI is your net spendable income from the top of the spending plan. So on a spending plan, if you go back to that form, your gross income minus tithing and minus taxes is your net spendable income. So net spendable income goes in the second column. The first column is the percentages from your scenario. The second is the net spendable income from your spending plan. So this percentage spending plan shows you the results is the actual amount that you have in each category to spend each month. And you'll see that this amount is different than you have on your estimated spending plan. So to make it easier, once you calculate those, go to your adjusted spending plan sheet and transpose the numbers from your percentage spending plan to your adjusted spending plan. And you know what's next, right? And online, hopefully you're keeping up, because with the adjusted spending plan, we're going to compare that to your estimated spending plan. And we're just going to do a visual check. So take your net spendable income, multiply them for each category, the scenario that you have, get the amount, take that amount, put it on the adjusted spending plan in the proper location. And you can compare that with your estimated spending plan. Something interesting, we found that even if your number came out to 0 as far as your surplus or your deficit, sometimes your numbers won't match the percentages, or sometimes the numbers won't match up. That's because you have different percentages than they may have. So if you come out with 0, you still not, in the beginning, you still may not be operating in the percentages that a successful person has used. In other words, you have categories that we need to change, unless you're further down and have this foundation already set. Okay? So, I know we're going fast, but you have the idea of what you need to do. So, spending plan values onto your adjusted spending plan, You'll look and compare, see how they look, and know that you need to make some adjustments. And so that's what we're going to discuss now. What ideas do you have? This is kind of an open forum to adjust what you're coming up with. So let's say your housing, and we can look at this each thing. So Chris, you can go to ideas. What can you adjust? Let's say your housing is out of focus, out of balance. What can you adjust to, if your housing is, the percentages aren't adding up right? Look at those different items. Look at your TV, cable TV. We're just having a discussion that a lot of people are cutting out cable now. Going to streaming, picking one or two that they like, and streaming the rest on their computer. Gas, water. Are you being are you using conservation methods with your water? How you use your water with your gas? Where's your thermostat set to in your house? What are some things you can do to bring this column under control? Telephone. How high is your cell phone bill? Are you paying for options you don't need? Or, on the other hand, if your housing is way under a percentage and your items do balance up pretty well, or you have a surplus, you need to think about putting money in the maintenance column, because your house will need maintenance. If there's other items that in your housing that you want to do and you don't have the money for it, put it in the other column. That's the other bucket for your house. Because you know stuff is going to happen, but you also may want to do something. You might want to paint. You might want to do something else, so put it in that other bucket. So this adjustment doesn't have to be all negative. It can be positive depending on what the percentages are. But your goal is to make adjustments to yours so that they fit in these categories, so everything is working out right. Okay, so, and we can help you with those, and as people come up with ideas for the different categories, we'll list those and they'll be included within the document. So basically the documents that you're gonna have links to, like the resources document, is gonna be a living document. We'll add a section to that where we can get ideas on how to adjust different categories to make them fit. The categories that are most often used, or the most categories that are most often in our experience out of balance, way out of balance, is entertainment and recreation. That's because eating out goes there. We're under, I won't go into that, but we've been shaped, as Roger was talking about earlier, we've been pigeonholed into a lifestyle that we need a release from, so our entertainment is very high. For some people, clothing is very high. They don't think about clothing. They spend a lot on clothing, but everybody here has clothing on. I can't talk about you people at home, but we do spend money on that category. That's often the zero category when we're working with people one-on-one. Savings is usually not included, but you need to have savings. That's where the emergency savings comes from. You contribute to that, and it's your emergency savings, or your emergency fund first, $1,000 minimum, and then work up to emergency savings. So fully fund your emergency fund, then fully fund your emergency savings. Miscellaneous, of course, is a category that's usually overpriced. People often don't know how much they spend on subscriptions or gifts, and the cosmetics and beauty are often way out of balance. Now, that requires, if you're a person that tends to those items, that's going to require you to be more judicious and more conservative about what you do as far as looking nice, smelling nice, hair, makeup, cosmetics, if you have a pet, that can send this miscellaneous column way out of whack. So you want to be healthy with yourself and your pets, but at the same time, be reasonable. And that's what all of this is about, being reasonable with these different categories. So send in your comments on ways that you've done to adjust these categories so that they fit. And we'll share some of our experiences about that. Investments, on investments, people are usually under. Some people are above. Some people will max out their 401ks or things like that. You may not need to do that. We'll have a future discussion on planning your investments for the future, for your retirement, or for your investments. But there may be other options that give you better returns than what your company has available for you. So there are many things that this form leads you to look at in the future. So if you're looking at your adjusted spending plan and your monthly spending plan, think of ways you can make it work. Now, the low-hanging fruits, the things you say, okay, I know I can do this, put a highlight by that. Oh, I know under this particular category, I know that, okay, am I eating out? I know I can reduce that down. You know, I can just eat out once a week instead of eating out every day for lunch, $10, $12, and then, you know, all these other things. I can reduce that. I can change that. My food budget might go up a little bit, but it can still be beneath, you know, the food budget allocated for a person in my scenario. So you can make it happen. It's going to take lots of adjustment, lots of changing. Like I said, you're going to have a week to make the changes we're talking about. So look at the ideas here. So the monthly spending plan is going to be with your adjustments in there. So you see your estimated spending plan, you see your adjusted plan, and the things that you're committed to. I'm going to do this starting May 1st. These are adjustments I'm making to my financial plan starting May 1st. Put them in your monthly spending plan. That's your new basis, your monthly spending plan. So put those items there. So I know that's going to take a lot of math or calculations, but you know, figure out what can I do. What can I do? These toiletries, okay. We just came through or still in a pandemic. I don't need to buy any more toilet paper for 3 or 4 months. I can probably extend what I have for another year. So that's reducing your category. You can reduce those miscellaneous expenses. So what changes you can make for the next, and this monthly spending plan should be, the time frame is for a year. Okay, so what change can I make for a year to this category and put that number in? Now, it's going to turn out, and I'm going fast, like I say, it's going to turn out that if it wasn't balanced before, it's probably not going to be balanced now as far as the number at the bottom. When it says, see how it turns out, your surplus or deficit. But it should be better. And if you make the adjustments, your numbers should be better, and you're closer to coming in alignment with a successful spending plan. And with a successful spending plan of your foundation built on the rock, will put you in a good position to move forward. Because in a month, you would have been doing this and may come up with more ideas, or look on the resources we're providing and come up with more ideas of things you can adjust now. So for the next 3 months, you may adjust this monthly spending plan as you come up with more and more ideas. And as you focus on something, God brings into your purview more ideas. You know how you buy a car and all of a sudden every 3 cars is the car that you just bought? Things like that. God will bring into your vision different things. So when you have your monthly spending plan set, on May 1st, go to the monthly spending plan A and B. Your categories for your monthly spending plan, put them at the top of your monthly spending plan A and B. The categories there, they match these categories from the monthly spending plan. How about that? So put them, write the number for your monthly spending plan, your income, put it in income. Tithe amount for your monthly spending plan, put it in tithe. Taxes, taxes. Housing, housing. Food, food. And on the second page on B, it continues. All the categories are listed here. Put the number for the monthly spending plan at the top of the monthly spending plan A and B. That is your tracking. And it's also confirming. It's helping you get better. As you incur a cost, let's say you get paid on the 15th and the 20th, the 15th and the 30th of the month, or the end of February. So on the 15th, you got an income check. So put the total income, not what you got in your bank account. Put total from your check in income. Put the gross amount from your check in income. And then also on that check is going to have taxes. So you add up the taxes from that check and put it under there in that category. Now, if you get paid every 2 weeks, your number's going to be a little off because you're going to have to really adjust it, normalize it for a monthly basis. So basically, it's 26 checks a year divided by 12. And so that's the amount you should have. That's the amount you're going to extrapolate. But since it occurs naturally, you're okay with that. That category won't really throw off what you're doing. So if something happens, an event happens, put it in a monthly spending plan starting May 1st. You go out and you get gas in your car on the date. It happens to the date. Put it in transportation for that day. So anything that happens under that category. So let's look at the entertainment category, eating out. So you go out on the weekend or Friday night. So what you spend on Friday night for eating out goes in that category. Now let's say on Friday night, you go out on Saturday night. So Friday night you went out, you put it in the category on the 10th. So you went out on the 10th. Great. Saturday comes around, the 11th. You go out again, but your kids are home. So you have a babysitter. So your entertainment expense for that day is going to be eating out plus the babysitter plus the activity because you went bowling. So you add all the items under that category together for that day and put it on that day. So on Friday you just put under entertainment, eating out. But on Saturday you put the eating out cost, the babysitting cost, and the activity cost, the bowling. Now this you have to put on for every day and every other thing. So that's how it works. Anybody have any questions about that? It's very sequential and it's very, very straightforward. Any questions? Okay. Okay, so that's all we have for that. And now we're going to the closing. Okay, this is me. So just encourage you to make use of the Grace Financial Ministry, the resources we have. We are, as I said, we're creating living documents that as people have suggestions or have different questions, we're going to answer those and we're going to put those in place. The next steps are, as I said, we're going to have groups. We're going to have what we call fin chats, financial chats. So these are going to be online, because we're not really reading in person yet, online where we're meet to discuss different items relating to setting up your spending plan and living out your spending plan, living out, your monthly expenses. Where does this go? Where does that go? Those kind of questions. And we'll help you over the next 3 months to, get a good spending plan set. And as I said, you'll probably change your monthly spending plan each month as you get better and better, as you see ideas, as you talk to other people in this group, and that's what we want to do. We want to have this chat group that goes around or is kind of going through it together and talking to each other, becoming friends with each other. You don't tell all your details, but you can express or share scenarios, share experiences, and that will make this group that goes through this much tighter. It'll make you much better in what you're accomplishing. Our overall goal is to present this foundations every 2 years. So there'll be a group going through this 2 years from now. And by then, you'll be experts and be able to help them going around. But next, we're looking at doing investments. And we're looking at doing some other things. We're looking at doing different things over a 2-year period and then repeating. So if you're able to complete these foundation steps together, it will be wonderful. And we'll have Fin chats. They'll be on Zoom for right now. And then we'll look to meeting in person. We can share one of these entertainment expenses. They'll help you, like I said, the next one is the building blocks. And that's going to be on August 13th. August 13th, the building blocks for financial success. But that doesn't mean that the foundation Fin Chat will stop. It will continue. Okay, so we want to make sure you have questions answered and you have a resource to go to about the questions you have. And we'll share those, we'll share whatever we can with everyone in the group. Okay? So thanks for attending. Are there any questions? Any closing questions? Okay, Chris, any questions? Okay. All right, so next question and answer, and this is Grace Financial Ministry. I thank you for coming out. We will be available for a few minutes afterwards if you have any other questions, and we really appreciate you coming here today. All right, God bless.